No, I'm seeing it swirl here, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I think we're good. Right. Okay, I'd like to call to order Lower Saucon Township's General Business and Developer Meeting. The time is 6:30. Welcome, everybody. Can we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Ms. DeLeon.
Here.
Mr. Croce.
Here.
Ms. Cordera.
Here.
Ms. Ray.
Here.
Absent is Mr. Bononis. Also in attendance is Township Solicitor Steve Fiduzian, Township Engineer Brian Coker, Chief of Police Thomas Barnt, and Administrative Assistant Stacy Wertheiser.
Okay, can we all stand and pledge allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Don't you know the words?
Okay, council did meet in executive session prior to tonight's meeting, and we did meet to discuss litigation, and I would like to make a motion. The executive session took place on litigation matters, specifically the litigation known as Allentown SMSA Limited Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless versus Lower Saucon Township and Lower Saucon Township Council in the United States District Court of Eastern District of Pennsylvania at docket number 524-CV-02350. I make a motion to have the firm, I'm not sure how to say that name, Belwar Kelly, LLP, to continue to represent the township in this matter. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And I guess we have to open it up to the
Well, yeah, open it up. If there's any...
council. Does council have any other discussion regarding this?
So we shouldn't be in this litigation at all. We're going to lose. And, you know, it's ridiculous. It could have all been avoided if we just would have voted right when we had the hearing.
Anybody else on council?
I don't think I have anything else to say except for Mr. Croce's comments speak for themselves.
Okay, anybody in the audience?
Of course they speak for themselves. Insightful.
So Dave Boulan, Lower Saucon. So we're in the middle of a lawsuit, is that what I understand? And we have a firm by the name of something, Elwood Kelly, is it?
Bellwar, BELLWOAR, one word, Kelly, KELLY, LLP.
All right, so Mr. Kaduzian is not going to represent us on that. It's going to be another outside firm.
It's federal court. He said it's over his head. Any federal matters over his head. He didn't say that when he was interviewing for the solicitor job, but he said that recently in meetings that he can't handle stuff in federal. As the people in West Easton found out when
It's
when
not
he
what he
lost
said.
that case.
You want to keep on disclosing things in executive session, it's your prerogative, but you're putting the township at risk.
No,
So I
that's
suggest
not-
that you keep your
He
mouth
did that
closed.
in an open meeting. He said he couldn't handle a federal
Just stop the
court
clock, please. As
He said that-
usual,
he said that,
Victoria's
you know-
managed to interrupt me.
So
I
did
love it.
Tom. So did Tom.
case. Yeah, but I'm Tom.
Answers. I wasn't seeking a dispute, okay? And I have the information. Thank you, Priscilla, for giving me the name of that firm. I'll really have to look it up. I'm not that quick, okay? But I do appreciate understanding why this suit ever happened, and now we're in the middle of it. And is there any estimate as to what this is going to cost the taxpayer? Nope. Okay, I know. This is very much like the Washington DC hearings.
Well, how much do they charge an hour?
You're not going to get it. Yeah, right to know law. Okay, well, that's really too bad. Well, I guess that makes 2 lawsuits that are moving right along. And let's see, I got the docket number, so now I guess I can go look that up, and I won't have to rely upon chirps from the council. So I think that's certainly not transparency. But at least you acknowledge that you did have an executive meeting. I think that's a good thing. That's a start. Thank you very much.
He
Okay,
figured that
anyone
one out.
else?
He figured that one out.
Say again?
I said, yeah, he finally figured that one out.
Yeah, I know.
Out and talk about what you voted on.
Just had a comment there. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, well, may we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon,
Abstain?
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
How much an hour before I vote? How much an hour is this firm charging?
It is not costing the township funds.
Right, the insurance company's paying for it, but how much an hour?
That's between
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, that's the answer then.
It's between the insurance
Just be
company. and
honest, you don't know.
It's between the insurance company and the firm.
All right. Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Bonolis absent, motion passes 3, 1 abstention, 1 absent.
Okay, moving on. We have the public comment procedure. We have a 5-minute public comment relating to the agenda items. And then at the end of the meeting, there is also another 5-minute public comment period. And the copy of the resolution is outside the doorway, so I'm not going to go over all the
Township.
the rules, but it's all spelled out there. So you can read it. Just try not to be out of order. Okay, so moving on, we have presentations and hearings. And the first one is the township controller, who's going to be doing a quarterly presentation. So, Lynn Hill.
Thank you. Very good, thank you. So this presentation covers the first 2 quarters of this calendar year. Results through June 30th. It's hard to believe the year is more than half over. Wow.
24 hours a day. It's hard to believe. The sun rises and sets.
Are you interrupting the speaker?
So this first slide,
Susan.
I'm sorry for the distraction, but somebody's being out of order.
yeah, well, maybe we can control ourselves now. This is a statement of cash balances. It shows, reading from left to right, the cash balance in the beginning of the year. This is for the general and reserve and ARPA funds. It's kind of a condensed format. Revenue, minus expenses, minus transfers, and there we have our ending cash balance. And there's a little asterisk there because there is a small adjustment that's going to be made to this, these figures with the payroll tax reconciliations. The next line is special tax funds. This would be the open space, fire, and the liquid fuels. Cash balance going into the year, 14 million and change. Revenue, 1,277,824. Expenses of 996,957, and our ending balance of 14,700,000 and change. Next, we have the capital funds, which also include the park capital and historic capital. Total of 5 million and change going into the year. Revenue of 211,299. Transfers from the general fund into this fund, 2.5 million. Expenses of 2.9 million and change. and the ending cash balance a little under 5 million. And then at the bottom, we have our totals reading from left to right: beginning balance, revenue, transfers, expenses, transfers, and ending balance of all cash and all funds, a little over 33 million. So we're in decent shape, cash-wise, and as far as the rest of the accounts go, things are looking pretty much as we expected, not too many surprises. If you could take the next slide, okay.
What, I have a question on this slide. What, under the year-to-date expenses, no, I want to do it now. I have a question here. The 996,
You're out of order,
957,
Tom.
special tax fund, what was the bulk of
You are
that?
out of order.
What was the bulk of that?
Questions will
What was
be
the
at
bulk?
the end
Why,
of
she
the
can't handle
presentation.
questions? You can't
Yeah,
handle a
at the end
question?
of the presentation.
You can't handle a
Don't want to
question?
be interrupted, please.
I'm not interrupting you.
You are interrupting.
I'm asking you a simple question about your
Well,
numbers. I
you're
just
not
want to
gonna
know
get
what,
the answer until
what
the end.
that,
That's just the way
what
it
the
is.
bulk of that was.
I'm running the meeting, and the questions will be after her presentation.
Okay, so remember
Just
that
to remind
question.
you.
I'm gonna ask them as I go along, and we'll just note them down and we'll re-ask them.
Well, you can be out of order then all you want.
Thank you, I usually am.
I want to call your attention to unfavorable budget variances. These are expenses that have exceeded the budget, and that's the budget for the whole year. To date, we have expenses over budget transcriptionist, which is preparing all the minutes for all these meetings. And then we have admin contract services. It's also over budget by quite a bit. Stenographer, which is for conditional use hearings and things of that nature. As you can see, that's as well very over budget. Fire department, workers' comp, a few thousand over budget. Highway department judgments and damages, charges were $1,000. It was not a budgeted item. This was something that had to do with the call one, is it called? PA call? PA one?
What is that? Can you
Again, I'm
explain
gonna
that?
remind you, questions will be at the end of the presentation. I'm sorry you can't remember
You receive a
that.
salary from the township, and you can't answer questions on this
She will.
while you go?
You're out of order, Tom, and you're not gonna get an answer until after she's finished. Stop interrupting and being rude.
You should be able to answer questions about numbers you put on a piece of paper.
I didn't come here to be badgered.
I'm asking questions.
And this is why we're over budget in meeting expenses.
Right.
And this is
Because
something that,
Priscilla wouldn't recuse
You
herself from
are
a hearing.
out of order
The
again.
stenographer in particular.
We will recess the
Priscilla wouldn't
meeting.
recuse herself from participating in the cell phone tower thing until the very end.
I'm sorry,
Even though
Lynn.
she had
You are
recused herself.
floor.
I'm explaining why we're over
And
on the
it's out of order
stenographer.
you have to wait till the end.
I'm elected. I can
Mr.
speak for everybody.
Carochi,
You're
you're,
elected, and so
stenographer-
am I as president, and you're
Well, I
out of
didn't elect you as
order.
president.
You're
The
out of
stenographer
order.
request, the stenographer
You are out of
expense.
order, and we will recess this meeting if you don't be quiet.
Recess all you want. The stenographer, I'm gonna explain the stenographer, and then we can move on.
you want to do the presentation for me?
I'm gonna explain the
Want to come up
stenographer.
here and answer all the
I'm gonna
questions
explain the
yourself?
stenographer. The stenographer
I think
is we had a
people
hearing
know.
that went 3 hearing dates because Priscilla wouldn't recuse herself.
This isn't about Priscilla. This is about our
And that's why,
finances.
that's almost twice. Almost
You are
twice.
out of order.
So that explains the stenographer.
Maybe you need to
We'll
go
get
in
it.
the other room and cool down.
Yeah,
I'm not
because,
upset.
we're
Maybe you
sane
need to
people
cool
out here, and if you don't understand English, you really have a problem.
So that's the stenographer. Thank you
I think
for
we
letting me
need a
explain it.
timeout.
I
Thank you
think
for letting me, she
everybody
can
knows
move
what
on.
a stenographer is. Go ahead, Lynn, I'm so sorry.
The reason I want to call attention to budget variances specifically is because I have noticed a pattern from the beginning of the year of people wasting a lot of time at these meetings on things that are not really legitimate township matters. This includes members of council, and it also includes members of the public who feel compelled to speak at every possible opportunity.
You are out of order now.
Though they don't say anything of value to this township.
Well, you don't
And we
say
need
it's
to
of value.
exercise
Who are you to
restraint.
judge? who are you to judge what is of value when someone gets up and speaks? Who are you to say what's of value or not when someone gets up and speaks?
You are
Legitimate township matter, of course, people are welcome to speak. But if it's for grandstanding and little conferences and different, criticisms and things.
He has the right to speak.
It's not
Every other citizen.
the floor right
He has the
now.
right to speak like
Do you
every other
not
citizen.
understand the
If you
English
want to call it
language?
grandstanding, you can call it grandstanding, but that's your opinion. He has that right to
I
speak.
apologize to the audience
He has
for
that right
his
to speak.
bad behavior.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hill, exactly.
Maybe he needs a timeout. I don't know.
No.
Do you apologize to Mr. Bland?
Okay, meeting's recessed. Is there a motion?
Motion for the recess for timeout.
Okay, second. Okay, wait a minute.
That's outrageous, Priscilla.
It is.
That breaks your
What
own
happened to our
rule.
policy about attacking members of the audience? Mrs. Hill just attacked him.
Are we in recess or what are we
That's
doing?
right. She just attacked.
Can we turn the speaker off, please?
To speak. What about Lynn's freedom of speech?
Yeah.
She can speak too.
Yeah, well, when she gets up and starts giving rules, boy, that's crazy.
Okay, I'd like to resume the meeting, and the time is 6:47. Lynn, would you like to continue your presentation without interruptions?
May I please have the next slide, Stacy? This is a recap of the special taxes funds, including fire tax, open space, and liquid fuels. Revenue, a little bit under budget, but taxes are still coming in for the fire tax. Prior year, earned income tax revenue for open space was well over budget, which is a good thing, at 22,000 and change. Interest income, which the bulk of that is open space, again, well over budget. It's budgeted conservatively, and interest rates are still favorable to us this year. The motor vehicle liquid fuels funds also came in higher than budget. And expenses for open space, purchases and improvements, $672,889. The bulk of that was for the ball field. And the highway equipment and services, purchases from this fund, $324,069.
And what was the bulk of that?
Again, questions will be held.
Anybody can read a slide. All you're doing is reading it. Tell us what the bulk of that was.
Please be quiet. Major capital expenses.
Can't answer a question.
And if you can hold off your questions, it'll be answered in this slide here. Capital expenses. The park improvements, ball field and Polk Valley trails and some other smaller items, 1.5 million and change. Road improvements, this was the Reading Drive culvert and the Black River culvert, 600,000 and change. Public Works vehicles, 524,000 and change, which is a paver and backhoe. And some of that came from liquid fuels and some from capital funds. Police car and equipment, 151,000 and change. Next slide, please. I wanted to take a look at Hanover Engineering, just because it is a major vendor, one we value highly, and they do a lot of complex and important work for us. So I wanted to give a little bit of a breakdown. Kathy and I prepared this sort of breakout of what the expenses were. So 130,000 and change was engineering mainly for the ball field, but also for the culverts projects, the paving, and Polk Valley Trail. General engineering, 58,000 and change. Some of this was the Vistas at Long Ridge problems, which came to light after escrow funds were already used up and refunded. So unfortunately, we took the hit for that because it was approved by council in a prior meeting. Landfill inspections is another category under general engineering. There were some other smaller items, grading and sewage paid for with escrow funds, open space, engineering for that, $1,000, MS4 permits to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So the total expenses to Hanover, 224,000 and change so far this year.
Thank you, Brian. You're doing a good job.
I wanted to compare some of our financial data with those of other municipalities.
Yeah, why did you only do the expenses and not the revenues?
Tom, you're out of order again.
That's my first question.
And keep it for the end.
She doesn't have the ability to answer questions?
You are being rude and disrespectful, but that seems to be your nature.
Oh, you're banging
So go ahead, Lynn.
Gavel.
The Department of Community and Economic Development is part of Pennsylvania government, and every year municipalities report financial data to that entity. And so available on the DCED-PA website is all sorts of data about township activities and finances. So I took a look at where Lower Saucon Township ranks in terms of expenses. And this is per capita. It's basically taking the total expense and dividing it by the number of people living in this township. The total per capita expenses in Lower Saucon were higher than 71% of municipalities statewide. But if you look at it in terms of just the Lehigh Valley, which is Lehigh and Northampton counties, we rank 33 out of 59, which is really kind of in the middle. We're actually lower than 56% of the municipalities in our area. On fire services, I wanted to take a look at how many municipalities in Lehigh and Northampton counties have a paid fire department. And of 58 municipalities reporting this information to DCED, most of them do have all volunteer fire departments. 5 of them were all volunteer, but with a paid fire chief. 2 fire departments were a combination of paid and volunteer. And 4 fire departments are fully paid, fully staffed by paid people. And that's the cities, Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton, and then the Wilson area of Easton. The average per capita fire services expense is $49, and this is in 2022. And ours was 60, so a little bit above average. The highest was Allentown at $214 per person.
They're paid, right? That's a paid.
Again, your comments at the end
Is that
of
correct?
the meeting.
Did you even look into
You're not
that?
asking her any
Did
questions.
you read the slide?
She is
Yeah,
not.
you're saying 47 are paid, 50.
Tom, you are out of order again.
So you're comparing it to a paid.
You
and one
are
volunteer.
out of order. We're gonna recess again, you keep it up.
Why would that bother me?
Police services.
Bothers you.
Costs the township money when you do that, because this
It costs the
stuff-
township, she's reading pages.
Tom?
Literally, she's reading word for word. That's what's costing the township money to transcribe. All she had to do is put this in the record and let us ask her questions. But she's
Tom?
reading word for word. That's what's costing the transcription service. Everybody can read in this room. No one needs to read. You like to hear yourself talk. You like to hear yourself talk.
Apparently you do.
Yeah, I do. I admit that, yeah. Oh, that's so clever. I do. I admit it. You're the one that's costing the transcription service, though. All you have to do is enter this into the record. Everybody can read it. And all you're doing is reading. You're not
Okay, I'm gonna
explaining
call for a
anything.
motion to recess. Is there a second?
I'll second unless he's okay with, not talking anymore.
You need a recess, Dave? I'll second it then.
No.
Oh, it's a timeout.
I'll second it.
Okay, and the time is 6:55. Sorry, Lynn. Meeting and it's 6:56. Lynn,
I make a motion, we move up in the proceedings, the introduction of Officer Andrew Wider.
You're out of order. There's a
motion?
presentation on the floor. I don't care. Your motion's out of order.
Sorry, Officer.
Per capita police services expense. As you can see, Lower Saucon Township's a little bit above average at $282 per capita, and this was in 2022, which is the year that is most current on DCED. But Bushkill Township had the highest per capita expense. Perhaps they invested a lot in police equipment, I'm not sure, but anyway, that's where we stack up. Average was $155 per capita, and LST's expenses per capita for police services was $282. Now we have streets and highways. And per capita expenses, the average among the municipalities in Lehigh and Northampton County was $205. Lower Saucon's was just a bit above average at $212. The highest was Coopersburg Borough at $944. And the reason that they were so high was because they had a very large project in 2022. I think it may have spanned other years as well. The streetscape and rail trail project and town center and a park. So that's why theirs was high. And that's kind of the funny thing about this DCED data is it does not split out your capital investments from your operational expenses. It kind of lumps everything into one category. I'd like to go and look at trends in the coming months, going back in time a little bit. DCED data goes back to 2006. I'd like to get like a 5-year trend, and then I'm hoping that 2023 is out there soon for us to take a look at as well. So.
Thank you for explaining that. instead of just reading.
You just have to say something. You know that, Tom? You just can't be quiet.
Yeah, the reason that I'm reading it is for the people at home and also to get it onto the record.
It can be put on the record. Any presentation can just be added to the
Tom?
record. Right?
Thank you.
Okay, so you're finished with this slide presentation.
Yes.
And you're ready for questions, correct?
I didn't think we got to the last slide, library
I
services.
think we did.
Oh,
No, you didn't do library services, did you? Nope.
library services. So we, in 2022, our expenses were only $55,000 for library services. So
Great.
we came in, in the average. These costs are all over the place. Some municipalities don't have libraries at all, and others, like Bethlehem City, have a very nice library. So it's just one of those things. For 2022, we were a little bit low there. There are other categories on DCED that we might also want to look at. There's like culture and recreation, public health. There's several different categories that they lump the financial data into. So I just took the ones that I thought were most talked about here and most important. And this might be good to look at budget time, see how we stack up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lynn.
So can we open it up for questions then? So I'm going to go.
Kathy is also going to talk about the results in greater detail.
So should we wait for Kathy's then?
Perhaps we should wait until the end of her
Okay, so then it'll
presentation
make more
because
sense. Okay, Kathy, do you
it
want
might
to
be
go
more
ahead?
detail that people are looking for.
The next agenda item is the
She's avoid. I
2024
know. Now she needs to bring Kathy in for help to explain.
semi-annual report. Kathy?
Thank you.
Don't worry, we're getting it.
As Ms. Hill had
You have a
stated,
hard time.
Where are you going?
as Ms.
Failing?
Hill had
Please
stated,
stop interrupting. Now you're interrupting Kathy.
Sorry, Kathy. I do apologize.
No, you don't. You don't care.
I just apologized to her.
You do not care.
I just apologized to her.
as Ms. Hill had stated, we are on track with a lot of our expenses and revenues. We received 44.8% of our budgeted revenues, 90.18% of real estate tax. We're in line with pretty much everything. Items that really should be highlighted are the fact that our interest rates are still good. The Federal Reserve has not decreased them yet. They're projecting to go down 2 basis points or 1 basis point, I believe, by the end of the year. So we're in good financial position there. And I trust everybody had an opportunity to read this, so I'm going to do this briefly. The items of expenses in the general fund that we should be really looking at are the executive planning, executive department and the planning department, and most notably because of the issues that were discussed by hiring consultants, not having a manager here and not having a zoning officer here. So we're going to have to increase available funding for the consultants that we have hired and increase the amount for transcription work, although the AI software that we just purchased should help relieve some of that.
Whose suggestion was that?
Again, please wait till she's finished.
And that transfer resolution is at the end of the agenda, and I'll discuss that more there. I do have noted that traditionally after this report, we do our annual allocations to the capital fund for both the main capital fund and 225,000 park 20 and the historical structures 20. So I'll be doing that after later this week. The special tax fund, Ms. Hill went over it. There's no deficiencies there. The only item that I would note is that the public works vehicles that we traditionally always either have to move to the following year or because we didn't get the invoices or we didn't get the equipment, we ordered them sooner, we've got them, and they're in place and installed and paid for. The capital plan, I'll be bringing that back at the next meeting. We'll be reprioritizing certain projects and reinventorying certain things that were requested by the Park and Rec Department for the parks budget and certain items for infrastructure improvements. So that'll be coming in August, and then those numbers will be placed into the budget for the annual budget for 2025. I also do want to note that I had discussed with you before opening up several accounts with another financial institution that you have previously approved at reorg. We have done that. We are a little bit more diversified than we were before. So we had opened up several different bank accounts with Pliget. So that issue has been resolved. And we did receive our 2023 audit. I did forward that to council, and it is on our website.
Thank you. Are you finished with your presentation?
Yes, and if you have any
Okay.
questions.
Tom, did you have any questions for?
Now, hold on. I want to know how we're going to handle the public's questions, because there's two items on the agenda. There's a presentation of the controller's quarterly report, and then, so I think Mr. Belan and some others should get 5 minutes on that. They have questions. And then there's a presentation of the semi-annual. They're two different reports.
And that's not a
So
problem.
I think they should get 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I mean, when are we going to start? We should take these one at a time. They're two different agenda items. They're two different presentations and hearings.
Okay, so we're gonna go first to Lynn. Does anybody have any questions for Lynn? Tom, do you have any questions?
Are we doing council first, or you want to do public
I-
first?
You're not listening. I just asked council. Tom, do you want to ask a question?
Yeah, if I'm first, I'll go first, yeah. All right, can you please come to the microphone so people can hear you? Yeah, when you're reading and you're not being questioned, you want to be at the microphone, right? All right, so the first page, the special tax fund, fire, liquid fuel, open space, year-to-date expenditures, the 996, 957. What was the bulk of that again? Total expenditures.
It would be vehicles.
Year-to-date expenses, 996, 957.
I mean, the biggest ticket item is vehicles, and also, can you go back to that first slide? Also, some improvements to open space, AKA the ball field.
Okay. What was the vehicle? Was it the new truck or existing trucks, fire trucks? Kathy, if you know, I don't know.
They're the,
There was a payment on the fire truck, right?
that has not come out yet. What we have paid is the roller, or the paver, excuse me.
Right.
And the backhoe. And those fundings, we usually try to allocate a certain percentage out of the capital fund and a certain percentage out of liquid fuel funding.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And now, when you have cash balance, 6/30/2024, 33 million. Now, how much of that's open space? 10, 11? How much is that's open space, Kathy?
Yeah, it's probably about 10.
Well, let's get some of that, who knows? Kathy, do you?
10, it's close to 12 million,
12 million.
around 12 million.
So that can only be used for open space, and I guess, what, 5 or 10% of it can be used for improvements
Up to 25% for maintenance.
Up to 25% for maintenance.
Yes,
Okay.
so we've been allocating any of the lawn mowing or field treatment services for any of the municipal properties that were purchased under that program.
Okay, but that doesn't come anywhere near 25% of the.
No.
Is it 25% of the amount that comes in yearly, or 25% of the fund? Because the fund generates interest.
I believe it might be 25% of when, at the point in time we did the ordinance that permitted it. So it may not necessarily be the full amount of the open space. I'll have to check the legal permissions on that, but the last referendum was passed.
Right.
Went to the public as to utilizing 25%.
Right, so there
Now, if
was.
that's 25% of what was projected to come in, or 25% of what we were going to, what we had and coming in.
Right.
I'm not quite sure.
So there was a balance in the fund, and then that referendum was passed.
Mm-hmm.
So before that, the money that was in the fund before that referendum was passed, it we wouldn't take 25% of that. What I'm asking for, is it yearly you can use 25% of what comes in, or can you use 25% of the fund balance with the interest that it generates?
I think whatever amount came in at the point in time that referendum was passed. So that was 4 or 5 years ago.
Right.
So it was a quarter of whatever that a million plus that we received with interest.
It was like
So-
6 or 7 years ago, because that expired already, and it expired every 5 years.
So I'll double check with the language.
Someone that knows, I doubt he knows, he
I will
doesn't
double
pipe
check
up.
with the language on that. I know I've done research on that before.
Do you know?
I don't know.
No.
But I will check and I will bring that back.
Okay, okay. And then, okay, so it's really, if you take the 12 million, it's down to about 21 million. And what other restricted funds would be in the 21 million? Because I call that restricted funds. It's restricted to open space.
Yeah. The Fund 2, which is special tax funds.
Right.
All of those funds are restricted, whether it's
Right.
open space, fire assessment tax, or the liquid fuel funding.
Okay.
They're only permitted to be spent for those purposes.
Okay. And stuff like the capital fund, we can transfer, and we have in the past.
Yes, we typically do, when we have big projects like the Eastern Road Ball Field, we would either take it out of reserves to put in there, or if we have more time, we plan for it and allocate money every year towards those particular projects that are on our 5-year plan.
Thank you. All right, second page, unfavorable budget variances, year-to-date 60/30. All right, transcription of services. You're saying that, first of all, you should put commas in between when you have 4 numbers. You're saying that it budgeted $5,500, now it's $7,669. Do you, and you contend it's because the public speaks at these meetings on every issue. Is that true? Is that correct? That's what you said?
Meetings have become exhaustively lengthy for several reasons. Much of it has to do with dialogue that is not necessary or appropriate,
In your opinion?
in anyone's opinion.
In anyone's opinion?
Yes.
Oh, you speak for everyone then?
I would think most people would agree with me if they've been watching these meetings all year.
Well, most people I talk to enjoy the meetings and watching them. The people I talk to anyway. All right, so I disagree with you. I think the taxpayers should be allowed to speak.
I'm not,
You know, and.
I don't dispute that they're allowed to speak.
And I wouldn't judge. I mean, people, they talk about what they value, what they think is important when they get to that microphone. You shouldn't judge just because it might not be important to you. It may be important to them. I don't know why you're judging necessarily on that.
Public comment is for legitimate township business.
But only if you consider it legitimate. In your mind, it's legitimate. Right. We see who you are. All right. And you get paid, and you get paid.
I just don't think that these lengthy meetings are good for the township finances. At $9 a minute, when you add up all of the costs involved in this, we're paying a solicitor, we're paying police officers, we're paying township staff.
Yeah, so we paid you $9 a minute to read what's on the slide. All right, so let's get to the stenographer. The stenographer, how many hearings have we had this year? We've had the zoning hearing for the cell phone tower, and that was like 3 meetings, wasn't it? 2 or 3? You don't know, of course. Do you remember, Kathy?
I do believe I believe it was 2 this year and maybe 1 last year. I'm not sure. I would really have to get back to you on that.
I thought the hearings
Were they all
just.
this year?
How many? You did 2 of them.
And there
we
was
had
one
the
in
other
January.
solicitor.
And it wasn't a
one in
zoning
January.
hearing, it was a conditional use hearing.
Conditional use hearing, right, just before council. Right, and I would just point out to the public that Priscilla knew she was gonna have to recuse herself from voting on that, yet she participated in all the hearings, asked questions, and wasted a bunch of time arguing about whether she should recuse herself or not. And she finally realized she had to after we found the emails where she had recused herself from this particular property in the past, about 15 years earlier, as I recall. So I think a lot of that stenographer cost is due to Priscilla just not doing the right thing from the beginning. And just
That's
getting out
only
there.
your opinion.
That's right, that's right, but I can say that's my opinion. You think you speak for everybody in the township. That is my opinion, and that's what I said. All right, let's talk about the PA call 1. Can you explain that to me? It was with the workers' comp, is that correct?
I can explain the PA call 1. The $1,000 were charges from the state of PA because we did not respond to PA 1 calls that were out of our township. Even though we were called, we were supposed to respond and didn't. That's my understanding.
Kathy, why if they were out of our town? Yeah, I'm not gonna ask why if they were out. I would ask our solicitor, but he doesn't.
We had become aware of this problem last year, and I believe I discussed this with council last year as well, that I believe a new administration might have been hired at the Public Utility Commission. There was new directors, and they went through a lot of things, and they were issuing a lot of fines for non-responsive to PA1 calls. Unfortunately for us, the mapping that is utilized for PA1 call was a widespread mapping, not just in Lower Saucon. So Public Works Director and his associate, the roadmaster, do address PA1 calls. So basically, somebody has an issue or a building and they're going to dig, they need to call PA1 call, and our staff here and any other authority has to respond within 3 days to advise them if there's a utility that's owned by the township in that jurisdiction. Or in that dig site. So.
But even though it was outside the township, we own the utility, I don't understand.
That was the issue at hand, was that there were PA1 calls that were triggered for our Public Works Director to answer, but they were in the city of Bethlehem.
Well, why didn't we?
Because of the addresses.
And he didn't respond to them, but he should have. He should have just said no utilities and go. So because he didn't, we got fines for those.
For not responding.
For not responding.
We weren't obligated to respond though, because they weren't in our.
It hadn't been previously. That's why I'm thinking that the new administration at the Public Utility Commission changed their methodology as to how they interpreted it.
All right, so we're obligated to respond that we don't have utilities in that area.
Right.
But even if it's outside of the township.
So
we wouldn't be obligated to go outside of town.
So our Director of Public Works did what was required of them, and we did revise our map on the GIS, their GIS system, to just isolate Lower Saucon Township, and he is complying with all their regulations that they are now enforcing. I would say that maybe they weren't necessarily heavily handed enforcing some of the items that were on there. Now they are.
I just think if we're going to be fined, that, it should be brought to council's attention before we pay it, if possible. I mean, I know it's only $1,000. It's not, it's not that much money, but
I do have to advise you that the very first incident we filed an appeal. We participated in the hearing, and the particular situation that we got the fine for was definitely not our fault. I can say that 100% equivocally, not our fault. And they increased the fine. They ignored our petition, increased the fine, and sent us on our merry way.
Well, I just think, I'd like to find out about that, like, more in real time, and I think council, maybe Ms. Hill doesn't.
We can certainly do that. If we get notice, we will definitely advise
because, we write letters to everybody. I don't, they don't do anything, but, Priscilla's always writing letters to DEP or whoever. To me, this is just something I think the council should have been made aware of, when it was happening. I wasn't aware of this.
I can go through the minutes. I think we discussed it before.
I don't remember the appeal, yeah.
Do you remember the date timeline?
I don't, but.
Like a year ago, 2 years ago?
No, it was last year. It was last year. I can research the minutes and I'll get you any information. And if one comes up again for whatever reason, I doubt it, but you never know. I will definitely bring it back to you.
All right.
And if you wish to appeal it, we will appeal.
Well, I think just council should decide that, whether it's an executive session or in open session.
The last, in discussions with the last administration, because we did try to appeal it and we ended up getting charged more than what the initial fine was. That's why we determined not to push the issue.
Okay. All right, next page. All right, that's the, all right, this is special tax funds. They're pretty much from the other. Expenses for open stage purchase improvement, $672,889. A bulk of that you're saying is the ball field? Is that correct?
Council budgeted 500,000.
Council budgeted 500K and it's been 672. All right. And then the highway equipment, that 324, is that the paver, the new paver? Pretty much?
That's, yeah. That's portion of the paper.
Michelle doesn't know again. Short presentation. Okay. Paver and backhoe, I guess. But with the paver and backhoe 524.
So
I
the
just don't get
paver and the backhoe, we utilized 200,000 from liquid fuel funding. And we paid the remaining amounts under the capital fund.
Okay.
Which was 524,218.
Now, the next page, Hanover. Yeah, I don't think I had any questions on that. That's 6. Okay, page 7. Benchmarking against other municipalities. Per capita total expenses, Lower Saucon ranked 699 out of 2,414 PA. What was our per capita for total revenue? Michelle?
I didn't calculate that. I was only looking at expenses.
Why not give the whole picture and show revenue?
Because I chose not to.
Any particular reason?
I had to limit the scope of my report somehow. I just looked at expenses.
Or being honest, you didn't want to put landfill revenue in there? Is that why? Because you're anti-landfill? So you doctored this report, this page?
I think you're being attacking the.
Badgering me.
Oh.
Being
You know what, you're being
tumultuous
rude.
and disorderly.
So again, why didn't you include revenue on this?
She just answered your question.
I didn't think she did.
Yes, she did. She answered you didn't like the answer, but she answered your question. So
Next time I do this, I'll do revenue too. Would that make you happy?
Yeah, it would make me happy. Absolutely, it would make me happy. It would, you know why it would make me happy? It would actually be complete. You would have actually done your job. All right, so now
That's your opinion.
second, yeah, that is my opinion, yes, absolutely. I don't make any bones about that. I don't know what
I'd
you're
like
talking
to see what the other municipalities are doing to earn revenue besides hosting a landfill.
Yeah.
Because somehow they're able to pay their bills and provide all the services, even though they don't have a landfill in their township.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm happy to look
Yes.
at that.
But they don't have excellent police, and they don't have, 20 officers now? They don't have excellent equipment for their fire services. In fact, some of them, like Hellertown and Fountain Hill, rely on our fire services and our police, quite frankly, when they need state police coverage in Hellertown, because we do have the revenue, and they don't. So you are right about that. But that's also why it would be good to see the revenue, and it would make it a complete, more of a complete report. But, you know, we understand where you stand.
More than happy to do that next time.
Good, thank you. Well, you should out of completeness. Okay, so we're 71% higher than other municipalities. And that was.
Higher than 71% of the municipalities
Right.
statewide.
That's right. Right. And I think, we should be, because we have these landfill revenue. I think that's a great number. I'd like to see it even be higher, because there's no reason why we shouldn't have top of the line parks, and our roads should be paved to a high standard. We're building a ball field, and that's great. And we should pay our officers well. and make sure they have the equipment that they need. I believe we're gonna get to an agenda item, later about with police expenditures. And our firefighters should have the, equipment that they need. All right, so then we ranked 33 out of 59 and lowered in Lehigh, Northampton County. So you're saying, in your opinion, that's a little bit better because you're saying because our expenses are more in line with, growing. Do you know what part of Pennsylvania is the fastest growing part of Pennsylvania?
Probably the Lehigh Valley.
Yes, it has been for about 20, 25 years.
These numbers really speak to me that there's a lot of municipalities in our state that don't have a lot of money to spend.
That's right.
You know, there's a lot of poorer communities, you know, central PA and, you know, places like that, you know, have bare bones budgets. And the Lehigh Valley enjoys a robust economy with good jobs. And so, you know, the taxpayers are able to fund lots of services. And certainly our township does have the best of everything.
Right. So you wouldn't say, does this alarm you, any of these numbers?
No. I just like to see how we compare. It's just part of analytical procedures that, you know.
I'm glad you did the expense side. I would like to see the revenue side, but I don't find any of this alarming at all either. So I'm in agreement with you there. But I would like to see the revenue side. I think that was left off.
Okay, how many times do you need to say that?
Did I say that? How many times did I say it?
I think we've got it.
You got it? You got it? You haven't got somewhere to be?
I'd like to see you at your job and see how you perform. That would really be an experience.
Well,
especially with your bosses sitting there.
Page 8, the fire services. So, I mean, we're a volunteer service. I don't, what's the point of comparing us to paid, to fully paid? What's the, I mean, to me, it's like apples and oranges. What's the, one's fully paid, that's like, you know, why? I don't understand. I didn't ask you. I'm asking Ms. Hill if she can answer. Why compare fully paid with volunteers? Seems like apples and oranges to me.
The data is listed in the same column, all of the municipalities together, so.
When you went into the DCED.
There's a database that shows the fire departments, whether they're fully paid or not. So I just wanted to look at that. I know there's been a lot of discussion in our township about, you know, paid fire department, paid fire chief, and so on. And I myself was curious how many municipalities actually have a paid fire department. And as of 2022, which is the latest data that we have available, that's how it shakes out. So it's just for informational purposes only.
If you do this, you think you're gonna do this in like another 6 months? Is there any way to look at where there's a combination of paid and volunteer? Is there any way to tell from these numbers, do they list like the number of volunteers that they're reporting in the data? So for a township, like, do we report the number of volunteers that we have?
I'm not sure if they do or not. I think there is a place in the DCED where they list the number of police officers, but I'm not sure if they list the number of volunteers.
Because I'd like to see if volunteers have declined when there's some paid and some volunteers. Because, you know, I mean, I think this is a helpful slide. But if we could look into that, because that would be more of what seems to be being proposed by some people. And I would wonder about, you know, the level of volunteers when some people are paid to do what others are volunteering to do.
right.
So if you can find that in the numbers, I mean, if it's not there, it's not there for fire services. But if you can find it, I'd like to see that.
I would too. I think that would be interesting to look at. I'm assuming you have a feeling that if we have a paid fire chief, that would deter people from volunteering?
I don't know about a paid chief.
It would hurt morale?
I don't know about a paid chief. But if some people are paid and other people are not paid, I think that could possibly be a problem, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why a lot of people would show up to volunteer. I mean, you know, if everybody's a volunteer, I think there's some camaraderie there and some, you know, all in the same boat. But I think if some people are being paid and others are not being paid, then there's probably a little bit of jealousy, or people won't, you know, they want the paid position, they don't want to volunteer, and they you know, maybe they don't volunteer with us, maybe they go and try and get a paid position somewhere else, like another township.
Right.
That would be my concern, and if there's numbers from the transition, I mean that's what I would like to see if there are.
Yeah, I don't know if DCED has that, but the qualitative data like that might be someplace else.
Okay.
Pennsylvania Fire Commission has it.
Okay, the audience is not allowed to speak at this time.
We'll get there.
Okay,
All
go
right,
ahead.
now, no, page 9. We're police services. You know, I mean, it says average per capita is 155, and we're at 282. Highest was Bushkill, but you said you have no reason why. This is a perfect example of wasting time. You said perhaps you don't know why it's 350, but
Well, I can call Bushkill Township and ask them.
yeah, okay, that'd be great. You know, I think we're pretty unique where we're geographically, you know, spread out compared to, I think, most townships or boroughs, municipalities.
Township is as well.
Right.
They're 25 square miles.
Right. So I don't think, I mean, I know you did like per capita, and that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, per mile would be good, per square mile.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I think a little more, and perhaps a little more insightful than the per capita, because you know, you look at our size and how spread out we are. Then you look at like a Fountain Hill or Hellertown, that you know was 5,000, 6,000 people. Yeah, I just don't think the per capita. It's good to have. I mean, I don't mind that it's in here. It's somewhat insightful. But
It was the only way that was available. They list population, but they don't list square miles or any other things that might drive costs.
Yeah. And you know, that's also, I mean, I'd like to see that. I mean, I just think, I'm not alarmed by that, even though, you know, the average is 155 and ours is 282. I think we have a high level of police service. I think we have a lot of officers,
Yes.
and I think that's what our residents want. And you know, when you look at some of our surrounding areas, you know, they're not helpful. You know, Hellertown, you know, has some part-time officers. You know, they've had problems down there, but you know, it's you know, I just talked to Officer Hance before the meeting, and he said, yeah, they've responded to some calls down there, you know, recently. And he's aware of a couple times, I guess, the state police, there was state police coverage. But instead of having actual officers on duty that are Hellertown officers. You know, I know the majority of this council wants to help out on that, but, you know, I think Lower Saucon tax dollars should stay in Lower Saucon Township for the most part. And that number, to me, 282 is fine, and I'd be fine if it was even higher, even though the average is 155. I just think we're unique. All right, now, page 10. The streets and highway benchmarking. Again, this is 2022. Was that the year what did we pay for 2022? That was Saucon Terrace, Kathy?
That was 2023, wasn't it?
No, I thought Steel City was 2023. I thought 2020.
Saucon Terrace was, the work was done 2022, payments were between 2022 and 2023.
Yeah.
The size of it, Steel City was last year.
Yeah. All right, so average per capita expense, 205. We paved Saucon Terrace, which was that was actually more expensive than Steel City because some of the courts, the cul-de-sacs, they couldn't bring a paver in there and turn it around. They had to kind of push stuff in there, push and we're only $7 ahead. You know, we're only $7 higher.
Yep.
You know, and we paved the neighbor. I don't know how many houses are in there, but it's got to be a couple hundred houses in there, residents that pay taxes, and they have a nice street now, and we're still pretty much where everybody else is. And we don't know, again, the other paving projects that those other municipalities may have had, but we had a major one. It was over $1 million. It was more expensive than Steel City. So I'm not alarmed by that number either. But let me see, is there anything with, what I'd like to see is, on library services, that's slide 11, is there any way to look at what a municipality pays for library services when it's their library, they have a library in that municipality, and then people who are situated like us, where we don't have a library, we go outside of our municipality for library services. What are those numbers? Can you put those numbers in here?
As far as the Lehigh Valley?
No, well, you said you have other numbers from the whole state.
Yes.
So you can't, with this database you're using, the DCED.
It doesn't tell you whether the municipality has their own library right in their township or whether it's somebody else's.
It just tells you.
It's strictly the expenses.
The expenses.
Yeah.
Because I think that would be a more accurate comparison to, there's other municipalities around the state that don't have libraries within their township or borough, and they go,
Yes.
they go to others, and if it was, you know, I just wanted to see if it was in there. If it's not, it's not. But
I could tell you how many municipalities don't spend anything on library services. I mean, I can't tell you that today, but that's, you know, that there were a lot of townships that don't pay anything.
Right, Freemansburg doesn't.
That's why the average per capita expense is $5.
Right, Freemansburg doesn't pay anything. They haven't for years.
I don't know.
They haven't for years. And Hellertown's kind of looked the other way on them for years and let them get cards and access to Bethlehem through the state program. But that will all come out in a lawsuit. All right, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you very much, Ms. Hill.
Anyone else have any questions?
Okay, on council, I would be next, and thank you for doing this. You had, you know, put together a good report, so thank you.
Welcome.
Victoria, you would be next.
Thank you. I guess my question is, and I don't know, maybe Kathy's the one that can answer this question, and if you can't, it's okay. In the years, how many other times have we had a comptroller give a presentation like this? Have you ever worked with a comptroller to do that?
The previous controller did have a budgetary presentation at one point, but over the years, he didn't do it annually. He would submit things along with me, and if council had any, he would be available if anybody had any questions, and typically no one did.
Okay.
He would be available.
So the reason why I'm asking that question is because I'm extremely appreciative of the time and effort that it takes to go through, you know, my dealings with the budget generally entail reviewing things when I have the opportunity to sign checks, but I appreciate the hard work of our staff and our controller who is volunteering to do this work. She's not paid, and yet she cares that much about our township to put a presentation together after 6 months when we've never had such a thing, at least from what I can tell before. So I just want to let her know that I appreciate all of that work. I appreciate the breakdown in information and your curiosity in comparing things based upon the DECED data, because I do think it gives us a very nice picture. I think it would be nice to see, like Mr. Croce had indicated, the revenue side, so we have that, but I can say I'm appreciative the fact that you are volunteering and putting this together to help us, and that I think should be commended, and I thank you very much for working with Kathy, and Kathy working to put this together also. It's very much appreciated. I just think it's appropriate to apologize for the fact that we've had to recess, I think, twice or 3 times for you to give this presentation, which hadn't happened, at least that I saw, last 4 or 5 years. So I appreciate you. I'm sorry that there were disruptions, and I look forward to what presentations you have in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, and for the record, I am paid
Yes, that's what I thought.
almost as much as you.
Yeah. I'm not paid. I don't take my pay.
But I'm happy to do it.
I wanted to make that correction too. She said it like 4 times, you voluntarily did this.
Your time for speaking.
Well, there was obviously a misstatement.
All right, are you finished?
She gonna apologize for that?
Are you finished? Okay, Laura?
Yes.
Yeah, so I wanted, so are we only making the comments on Lynn's part?
On Lynn's
Okay.
presentation.
Yeah, so I think it was great because I don't recall ever seeing information like this. I think the comparisons to other municipalities and where we rank and stand is important. I think maybe to make it one thing more clear though is you did point out in your talking was that the budgeted amount is actually the whole year budgeted amount, whereas the expenses are actually where we are mid-year.
Yes.
So that kind of really isn't clear just looking at it, but I did hear you say that, so.
Okay.
Otherwise, like I said, I think it's great to see the comparisons to where we rank with other areas. I think it's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, is that it, Laura? Okay, I'd like to open it up to the audience. Anybody would like to come up to the podium for 5 minutes?
Donna Louder. Ms. Hill, I'd like an apology for your insulting the public.
She doesn't even have the courage to sit at the microphone.
You are supposed to be addressing council, so.
She did. She's looking right at me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you owe the public an apology.
Donna?
You are a taxpayer.
She has such disdain. She has such disdain for the public. She won't sit at the microphone and answer the
I don't think public comment is a
question.
question in session. It's just a comment.
She won't answer the question.
They have
It's a
comment.
period. It's a comment period, Lynn. And anyone can say whatever they want, whether it's making sense or not, so. Okay, next.
At least she's.
I have a few questions.
Oh, now he's got questions.
My name is Lawrence Optoloff. I'm glad to see Tom is awake today.
Wait, talking to the mic, because I'm having problem hearing you. Thank you.
Okay, so my first question is, I was curious about how much has been spent on this ball field that's on Eastern Road?
Comment time, so.
Any of you have an idea? It was 3.1 million and counting.
This is comments, not questions.
I think that if we spent all that money on that ball field, then my comment is, how come there's no bathrooms? Only $3.1 million with no bathrooms. That's a good idea. Who approved that, Tom? Anyway, so.
Priscilla.
My second comment is, so we don't spend any money on library services because we can't use the Hellertown Library because the previous administration decided to have a war with Hellertown, and now we don't have any library at all. Now, I know you people are working overtime to try to get that corrected, but I'd like to bring that out so that everybody knows that we used to have a good relationship with Hellertown, and we had a library that we could use, and now we have, thanks to the previous administration, that we have a poor relationship with Hellertown, and we can't even use the library. And they gave $50,000 away to Southern Lehigh for
People
nothing.
are listening, Priscilla.
You have made incorrect comments today,
No, but people are listening. They have to know that they can use the Hellertown Library. They can go there and get a card. We have a whole program that reimburses them for it.
We need to recess the meeting
So I don't, you can research, I'm not gonna
Where's
let
the
people think we don't
50,000,
have library
Tom?
services
Where's the
at
50
Hellertown,
grand?
because we do have library services at Hellertown. Mr. Optoff's out of his mind.
Just like you are. He spent $50,000.
And residents should know that they can go get a card at Hellertown Library and they'll be reimbursed.
Heard about a couple thousand here.
Okay, you know what? The transcriptionist cannot take two people talking at the same
Let
time.
him be quiet.
I'm
That's all.
trying.
He just
but
talks all the time. He's got a motor mouth.
Right. Like I said, I'd love to see him at work.
I'd like to get out. I've missed the last two meetings. I've got a lot to get out.
I'll tell you what, let him talk, let him get himself out of breath, stop the clock for me, and then when he's done, I'll start talking again, okay?
Yes.
I've stopped Tom, you can start now.
Stacy, you need to do that if he's talking, I know.
Anyway, so, as I was saying, when we used to have a library and now we have nothing, and then he gave $50,000 away to Southern Lehigh for absolutely nothing. 50 grand. So I got 50 grand there. This boondoggle baseball field of 3.1 million and counting. And I can't get over it, that they complain about these things, about you people spending a few $1,000s, and when they were there, it was carte blanche, let's go. And then they defend, and then then he brings up this issue about income from the garbage dump, because he wants that to expand and go on and on forever, as long as it's not at his house.
Okay, thank you. Next person.
You're right about that.
Next person.
Bob Kemmer, Steel City. I just want you to know that report was very good.
You can't address the people in the audience. You have to address
That she gave was very good. It was concise and it was very informative, even though Mr. Carochi made every effort he could to disrupt the proceedings. But anyway, I think he did a great job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Dave Luan. So I understand that we're supposed to address topics, okay? And I really wanted to address what Lynn Hill had to say. And it's very nice. I guess I'm gonna have to print out all of the slides in order to make notes as we go along. There were things that I really wanted to ask and had them in my mind, and all of a sudden you said when she was done that we were gonna go on to Kathy. Well, after the speaker finishes, if we can't ask questions of the speaker as she's going along, like Tom finally did, you see how well that went and how much information actually came out that Lynn was able to supply because it wasn't confrontational. I would ask Priscilla to do that as the chair, the president, so people can ask questions then and there. I'm not saying interrupt, but it's certainly the council, he's elected. Do we just throw him out the door? Yes, I know that answer, all the smart Alex here. I would say to you that what Kathy has done with roughly 48 pages of material is a lot easier to go through than what was presented here. First of all, the data is really interesting. I understand that there were 58 municipalities in all of Lehigh and Northampton County. Is that correct? Because that's what it seems to be we're getting compared to. How many other municipalities did not respond? What about local ones around us? How about we put a little arrows on them so we know who we're talking about? I don't mean somebody up near the northern border of Northampton County, a couple up there that don't respond. You know, statistics are really interesting, especially if you cull the data and cut out ones you don't like or don't get. You don't know what that means. I can see the blank look. What that means is, it's real simple. You poll everybody you think is interested and the rest you don't. That's culling the data, okay? I know, it's really difficult. That's what I mean. Going through her slides was trivial. You could fly through them. PA1 was really interesting. And when we found out PA1 was, thank you very much, Kathy, by God, that we find out that we didn't respond to him and why and what happened. And when we objected to it, even though we were right, we got whacked with another bunch of money. Now that shouldn't be. I'd say, where was the attorney on that? Looks like you there? Okay. Yeah, I can take an answer from you and handle it without interrupting you.
That was the previous attorney.
Oh, previous attorney, okay. So we didn't follow up with a new improved attorney. Okay. Those things are really tough to take. And by the way, when she comes and makes political statements with signs and everything in front of the thing, and she's getting...
That didn't happen tonight. Speak to the subject for tonight. She didn't do that tonight, so please.
No, she didn't.
Yes,
Oh,
she
thank
did.
you.
Yes,
Thank
she
you.
did.
Political sign.
Yes, statements.
You put up a political sign.
Statement, he said. He said statement.
Go ahead.
Well, actually, it's signs and statements. Signs last meeting, statements this meeting. And you don't need to be political when you're looking at the numbers. I want to know what the numbers are. I go through them. And by gosh, Kathy's reports are scintillating, okay? And she knows what's behind them when she talks about PA1. Well, I don't think it's funny.
No, I'm very impressed.
You don't want somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about and then gets in a fight and starts calling members of the public whatever, okay? And I thought I saw a gesture in there also. I'll check it out on the film. Yeah. That's not funny. We don't need that. We need solid answers on what these are. I know who put those slides together. 36 seconds. Anyhow, the point I was trying to make is Tom and Lynn, when they got down and started discussing the numbers, because they didn't get interrupted, et cetera, really illuminated that presentation. And yes, I think his were good comments. And no, all this other buttery stuff that we hear, oh, gee, so nice, so you're professional. And if you're getting paid, you ought to be able to sit there and justify what you're doing. Thank you.
Victoria didn't even know she was being paid.
Anybody else would like to speak? Okay, if not, there's no action needed on this item. Again, thank you, Lynn. And now we're going to turn it over to council. Have any questions regarding Kathy's presentation? And I'll start with Tom.
Yeah. I lost my train. Yeah, what do I have now? You know what? I don't have any questions on this.
Okay, great. My comment is thank you, Kathy. Great job as usual. And scintillating, I guess. Okay. Victoria?
Just appreciative and thank you for working with our controller.
Okay, Laura?
Sure, I don't have any questions per se. I like the information that's written out, but I also like to see visuals, so I think it makes it easier to
You'd like to see what?
Visuals.
What do you mean? Like charts?
Charts or graphs where you can really quickly look at, something's way out of whack, whereas otherwise you have to read a lot and try to remember it. So I do like charts and graphs.
You're being paid to read it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just one quick question. I forgot.
Ms. Hills didn't have any.
Kathy,
charts.
what is the annual council pay?
It wasn't this long either, so.
You don't like reading long things.
So just so the public is aware, council gets paid $3,250 annually. That's their total compensation. And what is the comptroller's compensation?
2,500.
2,500. And in,
Ms. Hills is set by ordinance and council's is set by second-class township code based on population.
okay, and in years past, had our prior controller also accepted that salary?
Yes.
Okay, so $2,500 annually, I think has been well worth it for what we've received this evening alone. Thank you.
Kathy, I thought we changed the compensation for the controller.
We did.
So he didn't receive 25.
He didn't receive 2,500. He was paid $7 an hour.
Right, $7 an hour.
Based on ordinance.
So
We budgeted 2,500 annually. But
Right.
Many times he did not reach that amount.
at $7 an hour.
At $7 an hour.
Okay,
And I'm not paid.
moving on to developer items or township business items. We have.
No, there's public comment on this.
Oh, I apologize. Public comment. Who'd like to go first?
She's really rushing things.
Thank you for the apology.
You're welcome.
You must have went to
The
church on
tape
Sunday.
will, what's that? I didn't hear you.
Said you must have gone to church on Sunday.
Excuse me?
That's good. That's a legitimate comment.
I just made the comment. So, starting on page 3. Public safety also is currently below the mid-year, blah, 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 blah. Our police department offers coverage for graduations and other events with the entity sponsoring the event paying for those services. There is one event in Lower Saucon Township that does not pay for the services. And I have brought this up maybe 50 times now. And that would be the Still City Hill Climb. And that actually, if off the top of my head, and I could be wrong, probably gets maybe 4 to 6 overtime officers. And I don't care, this is not a police comment, this is a financial comment. If Lehigh or the school districts are paying for the graduations to be held at Lehigh and our officers are working the lights and doing whatever they're doing and the state rovers and whatever else, why isn't the Still City Hill Climb paying the township for the police service?
Have we ever, Kathy?
No, and actually it was looked into, I think, by the chief, and I don't know whatever came out of that, but.
I think if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, way back when they did, and then they didn't because the choice was for Lower Saucon to have officers there. They can, I think they also provide their own security as well. So they were providing, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were also paying for their own security. So they, if the Lower Saucon wanted officers there,
Chief,
then
did
Lower
they have
Saucon.
their own security?
You're not supposed to be addressing anybody but council.
That may not be the case now, but.
Oh, it's, okay, it's probably not.
That's my recollection from way
Probably
back
not.
when.
Yeah.
And when this discussion was had before at some point.
There
But
was
we
state
can-
troopers involved at one time. We had the helicopter there and everything else. I mean, it was, but now, and I'm back to the point here. Still City Hill Climb is not paying the township. So that is an expense on the taxpayer. When everybody else who's requesting their service is paying for it, not the taxpayer. Okay, moving on. The Long Ridge problem, was the ESCO released prior to final inspection?
You're asking a question, we're here for comments.
I'm giving you a comment.
You asked me, it was a question.
It was an expense on the township taxpayer if that's what happened.
I mean, I don't know, there was a presentation. Go ahead, Kathy.
The homeowners came to council with a complaint. So council made that decision at a council meeting to have Hanover Engineering relook into the grading aspects of that development. We did not have the system that we have now in place then when it started.
Thank you.
But now, just some clarity on that, the system now, I mean, the system before was the money could be released from escrow before they got a certificate of occupancy for the homes, is that correct?
I believe for the grading applications, they were, once Hanover approved the grading plans, then the escrow might have been released at that point.
Yeah, because that's when the township engineer was out of the picture and the internal staff did all of the work from there.
Right.
Follow-up work.
But we've changed that.
Yes, we changed that. Now, Hanover Engineering is overseeing each grading application from start to finish.
Thank you, Hanover Engineer.
And the homeowners are paying for it.
Yeah, I know. The insurance premium increase because of the public official bond.
The bonding is a unique item. It is recommended that we hold bonds until an audit is complete when someone leaves.
Okay.
So we are still carrying, well, last year we carried Ms. Hune's bond for a year until the audit was complete when the finances were under her administration.
Okay.
And we're doing the same with Mr. Hudson, and we were doing the same with Mr. Malman as a controller. So when somebody leaves midstream, we still hold on to their bond until we feel comfortable and that an audit's complete and releasing them, and then we release it at that point in time.
Okay. Is it changing the amount of the bonding?
It's just requiring more money because you're carrying now 2 people instead of 1.
Okay. The buildings and grounds, it says mid-year range. It also says we also have some higher than normal expensive and repairs upcoming, which council was notified. What are these upcoming repairs and where are they?
Town Hall Park, the pavilion needs some work. Heller Homestead property, there's some work that needs to be done over there. And Sidersville Hall, there's some plumbing work that needs to be done.
You have to be advised
So,
questions on the presentation, what's the point?
Thank you. And there's mention of money being transferred. Why is that money being transferred?
annually, we transfer from, we budget a certain amount of money to be transferred from the general fund to the capital fund. To keep them, the idea is that we're funding it in perpetuity. If we spend it, we spend it. If we don't, we don't. But we know we have 5, 10-year plans in there. So that continual source of funding is kind of like a pension MMO payment. You're paying for it now, you might be utilizing it later, and it kind of ensures that the funding is there ongoing.
Okay.
So that's part of our budget process. It's also part of our capital plan process.
And under legal, it says we are at 40.58%, continue monitoring due to litigation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you foresee it going over as the financial director?
I don't. Not at this time. I don't.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the answers, Kathy.
Yes, thank you for being willing to answer questions about your
Anyone
presentation.
else?
When Lynn Hill was not willing to answer questions from the public about her presentation.
Anne Marie
Even though she's
Slavic,
paid.
Lower Saucon Township. I just wanted to make a comment from earlier that it didn't seem like their percentage or the amounts that were over budget for the 3 items that Ms. Hill mentioned was that big of a percentage of the expenditures. So I like percentages. I like using percentages personally than just throwing numbers out there and saying we're grossly over budget. Because it doesn't seem like $6,500 is a lot to our expenditures. I also just want to make a comment about the fact that the problem with the government in every township, city, and municipality in America is the fact that someone is going to decide what other people should say and not say. Someone should decide what the public is allowed to talk about and what they're not allowed to talk about. And that is not a democracy, and it's not America. So
Lynn Hill.
it's really about relativism, and that's where we're at now, is the people that come in and decide that they don't want a landfill because it's bad and evil are going to be the ones to speak up, and then they're going to tell everybody to keep their mouths shut. And that's not acceptable. So I pray that all the people watching this in the public tonight and in the future, when it's time that our township is close to bankruptcy, because this is what the green movement has done to our township, that everybody remembers this night and the comments I just made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Anyone? Okay, so again, thank you. And we're moving on then to township business items, introduction of Officer Andrew Wider, is it? And so the fun part of the evening. And council would like to welcome and have Chief Bart introduce him.
Thank you. I would like to formally introduce Officer Andrew Wider as our most recent full-time officer added to the police department. Officer Wider was officially sworn in to the full-time position by District Justice Alan Medge on Monday, July 1st at police headquarters. Officer Wider is a 2018 graduate of Saucon Valley High School, 2022 graduate at DeSales University with a BA in Homeland Security, and a graduate of the 109th class of the Allentown Police Academy. Andrew is currently commissioned as a second lieutenant with the Army National Guard out of Fort Indian Town Gap, and he resides in Saucon Valley. He started his first full-time shift July 3rd, and he's assigned to the night shift platoon. Welcome.
Welcome to Lower Saucon. We have a fine police department, and we want to thank everybody for doing what they do and the chief's leadership.
Thank you, and I would just like to add we are at full staffing from the original motion that was passed back in early 2023. We currently have 16 full-time patrol officers, full-time detective, sergeant, and then myself. So thank you, council, for your continued and ongoing support.
Okay. Discussion and possible action on the manager position. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to offer the position of township manager to Brian S. Bond at the salary of $142,500, subject to a successful background investigation in accordance with the terms of the draft letter prepared by the solicitor.
What's the name? Can you spell the name?
I'm sorry?
Spell the name.
Brian, B-R-I-A-N, S, like in, I don't know what his middle initial is, S like in S, Bond, B-O-N-D. And in March, the township hired Keystone Municipal Solutions to conduct the search for a new manager. Brian Bond was selected from a pool of roughly a dozen candidates. Keystone interviewed each candidate and recommended 3. The search committee, which was Victoria and myself, interviewed the 3 and selected 2 who were then presented to the 5-member council in executive session. The job was offered to Brian Bond, who accepted the position and will start sometime, hopefully in mid-August. Sometime, we don't have an exact date. So I would like to thank Chad Sealer and also Steve for all your help in this matter. So there's been a motion. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Okay.
Comment.
All right, we're getting to that. Don't get too excited here. You're first, Tom. I go alphabetical.
Okay. All right. So this is the first I'm hearing of this candidate. Priscilla's right. They hired a Keystone Solution, whatever their name was.
We hired Keystone.
Yeah. No, I didn't vote to hire them. Priscilla hired it and Chad Saylor. Then she told Chad Saylor to not share the resumes with me and Jason. So the 12 resumes we've never seen because Priscilla instructed Mr. Saylor, who was being paid with township taxpayer dollars, to not share the applications with us. So we have no idea if Mr. Bond was the best candidate in my opinion. I would have no idea whether he was the best candidate or not. So that's kind of how this is the first time I'm hearing his name tonight. You know, I don't know anything about him. I'll be voting against him simply because, again, we were not informed of who the other candidates were. We were completely left out of the process. This is from people who claim they're so transparent when they, won't answer questions. She says there's a presentation. You can only comment. You can't ask a question. So is this guy Priscilla? Can you enlighten me? Does he have township manager experience or
Yes,
borough
he does.
experience?
Township,
And how many years?
15.
I don't think,
Well, why wasn't his resume included in the packet? I mean, what's the big?
his resume was provided to you.
Not to me.
Of course it was.
No, I didn't.
His resume was provided to you.
I never saw it.
His resume was provided to you.
Well, the other 12 weren't.
You were provided an opportunity to meet with him.
I couldn't make it.
executive
I told you I
session.
couldn't make
You
it
did
that
not,
day.
and you chose not to meet.
I met with one guy named Murphy, and the other guy I couldn't meet.
You were provided an opportunity to meet with all of the members in executive session, and you chose not to participate.
Not true. And so we weren't provided with the other 12 resumes. And there was the one of the other candidates they did identify. I forget his first name. His last name was Murphy, and all that. He called me because, and this is why at least I have had some kind of hope for him because he flat out said I would never take a job if offered or get into something without talking with all the members of that council. Yet this Brian Bond never called me. I don't believe he called Jason. Jason hasn't told me he's spoken to him. Jason didn't know his name either when this was on the agenda. So we have a guy, I don't know what his political affiliation is, but I'm sure Priscilla knows. And he wanted nothing, he didn't feel like he had to talk to Jason and I before, accept this position, whether to say, just even to introduce himself. So I think it tells you what we're getting and who he will, be loyal to, which is exactly what they want. To cover up what they need to cover up, to be non-transparent about what they want to be non-transparent about. And, it'll be more of the same. We'll have to do a lot of right to knows to get answers. Because much like our solicitor, it seems like just another one of Priscilla's poodles here that will cover up and not share information with members of council who were elected by township taxpayers. So I think that's what you have to look forward to with Mr. Bond. I look forward to meeting him, but I think we know who he is without meeting him because Priscilla has kept him from us. Thank you.
First of all, just remember, things that you hear at these meetings may or may not be true. So we did have an executive session, which we invited all 5 council members to meet the 2 candidates that were that rose to the top. And they chose not to participate. I can't make them participate in the Zoom call. And it's supposed to be.
There were 12 candidates. There were
now.
12 candidates, and you're the one that says that 2 rows to the top. She wouldn't share the other 12 candidates with us. So this was Priscilla and Victoria who said that these 2, in their minds, rose to the top. So we never saw the other 12. That's what she hid from us.
And when we go into executive session to talk personnel matters, we're not allowed to mention the candidates' names because you can all sit there, and if you go to apply for a job, you all can understand while I'm saying that. So he just violated the Sunshine Law by saying the person's name, but that's okay. we have a motion on the floor for Mr. Bond. And in my opinion, we did everything very similar to the way they did it for Mark Hudson. Very, very similar. I was part of council back then, and
You got to interview Mark Hudson.
I did not,
I'm sure you
because
did.
I asked.
No,
I personally asked. I was not invited.
And we shared all the resumes.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
We shared all the resumes.
No,
Yes, you did.
I invited.
You didn't share 10 of them.
You know what? You're just being rude, and you think you're gonna lose my train of thought, and you're not. Okay, so you can do whatever you want.
I didn't know you had a train of thought, but you'll
use all your skills, but it's not working, Tom, okay? So, you did.
Want to see the other 10 resumes.
Well, whatever. So, anyway, so I had to ask to meet with Mark Hudson because it was never offered to me by the previous majority of council. So we pretty much did what they did, and here we are. And that's it for me. Victoria?
Thank you. I just want to say I'm very excited to second the motion. I'm excited that we can bring on a new manager. I do want to reiterate the fact that we tried to be as inclusive as we could in a process. I want to know, since we're asking lots of questions about people attending or not getting things done, I want to know why Mr. Carochi has missed at least 3 meetings, I think maybe 4 meetings this year, since he talks about the importance of his position as a council member and our duty to you as our taxpayers. Certainly he was well aware of the fact that we were in the process of hiring a manager. So for me, one of the most important things, the manager position in our township would be something that I would want any council member to participate in. So the fact that certain members of our council have chosen, despite being offered, to participate in an interview with all 5 of us there, so the person could have an opportunity to see the interaction between council members, the dialogue between them, have an open discussion. None of that happened because 2 council members chose not to participate. They were provided the resumes of the top candidates, so to now want to ask questions when the person is not available to answer them, I think is inappropriate. Maybe you should have attended the executive sessions and the various council meetings where we discuss these things, and then maybe you would be able to get your answers. But to sit here and question the process by which you have had every opportunity to participate and which you chose not to do is just grandstanding. It's grandstanding, and it's trying to be obstructive to the operation of our council. From what I have observed through this process of hiring a manager is that we have 2 members of council that have chosen to take every opportunity to extend the length of our meetings, to cause disruption during our meetings, to have every member of our audience get aggravated, irritated, upset because of inflammatory comments and things that have been said. Now we have somebody trying to lay the groundwork to irritate a new manager. So I hope that our council, all 5 of us, can respect the new person coming in, ask questions of them as they want to, because they will be in our township offices available to you at any time that you want. But to argue that you were not provided the opportunity when you failed to attend, did not even ask for a new scheduled meeting, didn't say you couldn't attend, but just did not attend, did not respond. You've heard this evening, Mr. Bononis, he doesn't even answer the phone. So we've had multiple meetings where our council chooses not to attend, and then they want to complain about the business that's up here. So I want to make sure that everybody in this audience knows that the people that you elected are choosing not to participate in the process and to create problems so that they can then go on and complain more. So do we want complainers, or we want action people? Because I'm looking for action. I don't see one. So I'm happy to move forward with this agenda item, but I want to make sure everybody knows there are people who don't attend, don't participate, and complain.
Again, the action they took was they instructed Chad Taylor to not share the resumes with us. That's the action that Priscilla took.
It's Laura's turn. So stop being disrespectful.
To not share those resumes. So now we have the right to know it because they cover it up. They cover it up. Yeah, we're going to.
And you can be quiet, it's my turn.
It'll be fine. It'll be fun.
Laura, could you start again, please?
Plenty of rights.
Yes, it's my turn to talk, Tom, please.
happy and transparent.
Turn your mouth off.
What?
Okay, so I am going to reiterate the process that happened. So I was in the same position as Tom and Jason.
Have you seen all 12 resumes?
I did
Oh, yeah,
not
I
see
bet you-
12
They didn't tell
resumes.
Chad Saylor
I
not to
saw
share it with
2
you.
resumes.
They didn't tell the share
We
with
had
you.
the
Share it with you,
consulting
right?
firm do the high-level work. They screened out people who really.
Well, you couldn't do the high level?
You know what, Tom? Can you be that rude?
We continued,
Hold on, I'm
so
responding to a text.
we were provided, once they had it narrowed down to the 2 candidates with the resumes, it was sent to all 5 council members. So to have this one here sitting and saying he never heard the guy's name and he knows nothing about him, I guess he doesn't read his email and doesn't care enough to, look into the important task of hiring a manager. So his story here is just a story, another tall tale. So I am happy that we're able to move forward with the candidate. We did make sure the candidate's fully aware of how things go here, because we don't want somebody coming in not aware of the situation. So I think we should do well.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one other question for Kathy, if I could. I just want to make sure, I think I asked you, last time when we lost Leslie Hune, I think everybody remember we had Ms. Hune as our manager and she resigned, and the prior council undertook a process to hire Mr. Hudson, who had been here, I think, since 2022, up until this year. So I looked into that just a little bit, and my understanding is at that time, we paid an interim manager $48,000 during a 6-month search process, which ended with Mr. Hudson. And I don't recall during that time any public meeting where anybody had any opportunity to discuss the candidate or anything like that. But I do want to highlight the expense that we paid for the interim manager. We did do things a little bit different this time, and I think that we were more effective. We have now a candidate within 3 months, and I'm excited.
Right.
Well, they've lost a township manager, a zoning officer, and a solicitor already this year. We'll see. Those are 3 people left.
Okay, so now we're
Telegraphing the fact that you want to get the person fired, or he wants to resign because of your attitude?
No, they resigned because
Are you telegraphing the fact that you are going to disrupt his position here?
I hope
Because it sounds like it to me.
I'm not.
Okay, well, I hope so. I hope your actions speak louder than these words tonight.
But we have to make the right to know because you instruct them not to share information with us, like you did Chad Saylor and like you did Mark Hudson.
Okay, so now
So there will be
opening
right to
up-
knows. Yeah. There will be plenty of right to knows.
I'm glad. We'll take a tally of the cost. I think maybe Kathy, you can keep track of that.
Well, if you would just be
Every right to
transparent.
know that comes in from Mr. Benoist and Mr. Carochi, if you could keep track of the cost that it involves for you and the staff to pull all of the records and information that they want. I think if we can just keep a record tally moving forward, that would be good.
Because it's a result of your non-transparency.
Over
It's a result
1,000
of you
right to
hiding
knows
things.
from January.
Okay, again, one
It's a result
at
of
a
your hiding.
time.
It's a state
Victoria
record.
had the floor. You
no.
notoriously keep interrupting because you're very rude. Okay, and you enjoy it. You really come here and you really enjoy this.
I do.
You do.
He enjoys disruption
No.
and frustrating the operation of our council.
You know what? That's out of order.
I enjoy representing the public.
You're out of order.
I enjoy
Then attend a
representing the
meeting.
public, and
Attend a meeting and then you can represent
I do
us.
attend meetings. I enjoy representing
I haven't seen you the last 6 months.
Okay. What are you talking about? I missed one meeting.
Okay.
Now.
Okay, yeah,
Hold
we're
on, now
done.
you're interrupting
We're
me. I
done.
don't get to respond
We're
to that
done.
personal attack? It's a personal attack. I should get to respond.
We should all,
These right to knows are a result, again, of them hiding stuff from us and not, and instructing managers such as Mark Hudson before to keep things for us, and that's why he left.
Before we open it up to the public, there was a reference to a draft letter to be presented to Mr. Bond. I want to do this on the record so there's no issue. If I can hand you one and hand one over.
Sure.
This handles the fringe benefits and so on. So when the time comes, assuming he accepts the offer, I don't want to have any issue as to saying somebody didn't tell us exactly what we were going to offer. Sorry.
Are you going to go over this?
No, because this is the fringe benefits which would come after he's accepted an offer. It would be out there. But this is part of your motion, is to make this offer with the terms of this draft letter. Now we have the draft letter as part of the record.
Was that in my motion to make the offer? Yeah, well, that would be the offer.
Yes.
Right, okay.
The offer letter.
All right. Okay, public comment?
Can you just give me a little
I
background?
can't hear you.
Sorry. Can you please just give me a little background on this gentleman, where he came?
You know what, you're doing questions.
Yeah, see,
Okay.
they don't want to be transparent. They don't
That'll
want to be
be
transparent.
coming out.
I just, first of
We're
all,
hiring this guy for $142,000 of taxpayer money. They're not going to tell you anything about him. They're not going to tell you anything about him.
Comment.
They're not going to tell you anything about him. Ask a
well,
question.
I apologize, but
She'll
I
hire.
couldn't hear when you said his name. And
You
that's,
couldn't hear, oh, I'm sorry. Brian S. Bond, B-O-N-D.
so he came from East Stroudsburg. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Don't ask anything about him. We're paying him $142,000. Don't ask anything about him.
Yeah, Priscilla, Miss De Leon, the bottom line is you can take him to task when he interrupts, but this one over here, you smile and let her rip.
Yep.
So if you wonder why people get aggravated, it's you that allow that to happen. So please don't do that. I don't know about Mr. Bond or anything else, but it seems to me that if you're going to have packets that you send out on the and I used to be in a council, so geez, the simplest things, the packet gets sent out with what's in it. And if you don't send equal things to everybody, you got a problem. And I can't believe for a second that Kathy Gorman would allow that to happen. So if what he says is correct, I'm really disturbed. The other thing is I know that the two attorneys, male attorneys on the board, do a lot of traveling. I don't think anybody else on this board goes from here to Easton for the most part. Oh, see, there's that perplexed look.
Priscilla doesn't work. She's collect workers.
What I'm saying is they're out of pocket all the time. They're around the country and maybe the world on business.
I don't, okay.
Okay? Well, no, it's not okay because there, see, you respond when you want to and you don't when you don't want to. Very convenient. That's the problem we have here. Is your
My
favoritism
prerogative
and
as president
partialism.
to say what I want.
You sure as heck do.
Thank you.
Shut down everybody else if you don't want, just like Lynn Hill was saying. It's inbred into your politics.
That's rude. I mean, she's rude.
Next? Who'd like to speak next?
Just a point of clarification, I think the most important business is the business of this township, and if you're an elected official, you should show up for the meetings that you know well ahead of time in January.
Absolutely, whether you travel or not.
I'm going to respond to that because I've been here for the
So-
meetings and this
so
guy
it's
is
been
Mr.
on
Invisible.
workers'
Kidding me.
comp
And if he can't attend the meetings, he should drop out.
Disability, workers' comp.
At the meetings, he shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be on the council, and he should say, go worry about his law practice. And the same thing, the other one. The other one can't even show up. He calls on the phone, and he interrupts on the phone, or he doesn't answer the phone at all. I mean, this is like a tag team. We got Bononis and we got Carochi, and they are a wrestling tag team. We'll show up once in a while, and we'll stop the meeting. And you know, it's funny when we were having these meetings about the garbage dump, this guy couldn't keep himself awake.
Okay, next. Who was that? Okay, so, no one else? We have a motion on the floor, and I'm very pleased to have asked Kathy to call the roll.
Ms. Optoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis absent. Motion passes 3-1.
Okay, and at this time, I'd like to welcome Brian Bond. I hope you're watching, and
We know nothing about you, but welcome.
so I'd like to welcome you, and we'll get back to you with different information from the attorney, so, thank you.
She'll get back to you with your instructions to
Okay,
cover everything up.
so, next we have a review of policy 01-20 24, professional consultant insurance and bonding, and discussion of proposed policy 02-2024, professional consultant insurance and bonding. Council will discuss possible changes to policy 01-2024. Kathy, did you want to talk about this?
This was Victoria's.
What's that?
It was my request.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I requested that we take a look at this, this policy that we just recently enacted, primarily because it became apparent to me after we passed the resolution that it was quite restrictive. Restrictive meaning that there was lots of opportunities for our township to collaborate and utilize very skilled and knowledgeable people throughout the state, and with the policy that we had in place, it would prohibit the township from engaging in any services with any type of consultant unless they had a certain level of insurance and bonding. So I asked the solicitor to review the policy and make it available for us so that we could provide protection for us with respect to our ongoing consultants, mainly our solicitor and engineer, because as you saw, they take a lot of time and they're here on a regular basis, but also allow the township to engage the services of consultants who may not be providing necessarily an expert report or a piece of information that we rely upon when we grant a development approval or do something on a legal side, but somebody who's providing consulting services. I had found specifically that the fire consultant that we hired, who is renowned and does PSATS presentations, I don't think anybody could question his background and his expertise. He does it on the side to help municipalities. And in our situation, he would not be able to provide that very beneficial consulting recommendations and information if he was subjected to the same policy. And I could foresee that same situation happening for different areas of our township. So I've requested that the policy be revised. I think it's still protective. I think the other most important part about it is that up until 2024, we didn't have this policy. And for all of the other years, I don't know that there was any circumstance by which our engagement of consultants put us in any kind of jeopardy or legal position that we would need this information in the past. So our council's been able to operate without this policy. I think it's nice that we do have a policy that protects us with respect to our ongoing consultants, but I think it had to be revised so that we also have the opportunity to engage in very skilled and highly qualified people who can provide us information and guidance when we deal with other matters in the township. So I'm making the motion that we adopt policy 2020 or 02-2024 to replace the other policy related to professional consultants, insurance, and bonding. That's my motion.
Cal second. Okay, discussion by council. Tom?
Yeah, you said 02. Is it 02 or 01? On top of the paper, it says 01. You figure that out, right?
No. You want clarification?
Yeah.
There's two policies in your packet.
Okay.
One is 01, which is the old one.
Okay.
One is 02, which is the new one.
They want to go with a new one. Now, what I don't, did you, and you helped write this policy?
I did.
Have you ever done this for a township before?
No.
I mean, a borough before?
No.
You've never revised one of these policies before. This is your first time doing it?
Correct.
Okay. And you feel confident that this will protect the township?
It's straightforward. It has the solicitor and the engineer providing insurance requirements, which we've already done and will continue to do. It provides some flexibility, as indicated, in certain other consultants who might not have the same type of insurance.
Now, if they don't have it, who pays for it?
It's imposed on a case-by-case basis as drafted in policy 0224.
So the taxpayers might end up paying for their bonding coverage.
If there's bonding coverage required.
And they don't have it. How is that decided? By the township managers that come back before council?
It's whenever It can be done by the manager or by council as drafted. It's approved by council. So if council wants to impose it on individual consultants, they can do so.
If we want to say, consultant, you pay for that.
Some of the concept and the issue that's been identified is some of these individuals who provide these consulting services are not law firms or engineering firms and don't have that kind of insurance.
But anybody can get business insurance, right? And anybody can get bonded.
At some cost.
Yeah, it's at some cost, but it's a cost of doing business. And for example, this fire consultant we hired, we're paying $20,000. How much is, I haven't looked into bonding prices yet, but I didn't think they were that high. I mean, we just had in our budget, to bonding 2 people, what was it, $1,000? What, Kathy, what was it to bond 2 people, $1,000?
There's 3.
3, and it was
at certain financial levels.
At certain financial, it was like $1,300.
It's the manager, the controller, and myself.
So we're paying this guy, so it's like $300 or $400 a person, depending on the financial level.
Correct.
We're paying this guy $20,000, he can't get a bond for all of his work. It covers all of it. It would cover his other clients as well. I don't understand. I just don't understand why we would be paying for these people. They can get business insurance and they can be bonded themselves. I don't understand why the township would pay that to a consultant that we're paying with taxpayer dollars. Doesn't make a lot of sense. And now you're saying you've never drafted one of these before, you've never reviewed one of these before, you have no experience in this whatsoever. And I got people from West Easton saying you screwed that up because you didn't notify their insurance carrier about a case.
Okay.
I'm not done. I might have some other questions. Within 5 business days. So how's it going to come before council if it has to be done within 5 business days? Am I reading that right?
I think you're reading it incorrectly.
Okay. Explain it to me then.
Okay. Municipal consultants.
If you understand, it's the first time you've ever done this.
Please don't be rude.
No.
Municipal consultants have to go ahead, such as the engineer and the solicitor, have to provide their insurance information, which has already been done.
Right. I'm not worried about that.
You gonna let me finish?
Yeah, I'll let you finish.
Thanks. It says if we've been already retained, we have to provide it within 5 business days after reorganization. Okay. So you have your reorganization meeting in January.
Every 2 years.
And then you have to go ahead and re-provide it.
Okay. So we just make sure they're up to date. Okay.
And then the second sentence, part of that sentence, upon insurance coverage renewal, is if, for argument's sake, your insurance runs out in August. When it runs out, you're supposed to have a new policy. You provide that new policy.
All right. So this is just simply so we can, taxpayers, Victoria can charge taxpayers for the insurance bonding for this fire consultant buddy of hers that she hired. Or that's why we're doing this.
One can take the argument that it provides flexibility in providing and hiring consultants when you need them.
I mean, we're hiring consultants that can't afford $300 or $400 of bonding or business insurance. I mean, when I have a contractor come to my house, they're gonna do something minor, they have business insurance. I ask them, they usually provide it in the contract. And, it's not like, I mean, it's just a basic thing. I have no idea why we would burden, I have no idea why we would pass this cost onto taxpayers when it should be exclusively the cost of the consultant that we're paying with taxpayer dollars, especially this fire consultant. $20,000, he's not bonded, and he doesn't have business insurance? I mean, who'd you hire? Just give $20,000 to your buddies? Your PSATs buddies?
At least I attended PSATs.
Huh?
At least I attended. Again, back to attendance. You weren't here when we had the discussion of the fire consultant, and you weren't at PSATs, so you never met the guy.
I was at PSATs. I was at PSATs, yeah, I was. Sure I was.
When you attend a meeting, then you can complain.
Well, I was at PSATs, I don't know what you're talking about. And I missed the meetings in June. I didn't know you missed me so much. I mean, I won't miss another one now that you missed me so much.
You can only transcribe one person at a time.
You missed me so much, I won't miss another one.
We have 3 people talking.
You're just mad I'm not sitting over there next to you tonight. I understand.
I think maybe you're scared. You're the one that moved, not me.
I'm not scared. I wanted to sit next to Mr. Cosby tonight. All right, Priscilla, I'm done for right now. I'll get to.
Okay, Kathy, did we ever have the policy before, like in 2023, or was just new in 2024?
It was new in 2024.
Okay, I didn't know if it was a reorg thing that just the numbers got changed. Okay, I don't have any issues. Victoria, I guess you're next.
I said what I had to say.
Right, all right, Laura?
Yes, so my understanding of this, so there were only just a few wording changes on here, and there's nothing in here that says the township is paying to bond people at all.
That's correct.
We can waive the requirement for them to be insured and bond, but we're not paying for them to be insured and bonded because it's not really appropriate in all cases, and that's why on a case-by-case basis is some of the wording added that we can consider each consultant and what type of services they're providing and whether it makes sense. So, read the document.
Okay, is that it then? Okay, I guess I'm gonna open it up to the floor. Anybody have a comment? Come to the podium.
Yeah, I have Dave Bouland, by the way. I understand you're supposed to announce your name, but I see some people get by without having to do that. Bottom line is I don't let people on my property to work on my house if they're not bonded, much less this. Hey, even professional physics consultants have to be bonded for when they're hired to prove that they are capable, et cetera, et cetera. And if they're not, then they're bonded. So I don't think I understand this. And the other thing that I really find interesting, I had to read this several times, and I would ask, you have draft written on this, and I think that's great. I understand draft. Hello. But it would really be nice when you do the draft if you strike out that which you're going to eliminate and then italicize that which you're going to add. All right? I don't know. I would think with all the attorneys around here, we'd see that, right? Because, you know, the public is stupid. I know you people think that. But honest to God, I can't tell you how many legal documents I've read because I had a group of lawyers underneath me when I was a business manager. So come on. So let's see here. So you removed for any account not supported by any action not supported by the council, okay? So you remove that. So what's the council gonna do? Case by case, gonna decide that this consultant here, he doesn't need to be bonded because he's our buddy or something? And as the councilman here pointed out, gee whiz, you run everybody bonded. I know it's outrageous, $300 and you're getting 20,000? Come on, give me a break. I can't believe anybody would recommend signing this thing, especially, and we don't have a date on, unless it was, the date was 1/2024. I'm not sure what that means, but clearly 2/2024 is not today. But here we are just a few months later, and we're changing it already. I don't know, did Mr. Bononis is an attorney, did he read it? Did he approve it? I see distant looks on the one that's so talkative. I found a way to shut that down. Okay.
Susie's first one, you don't know what that was.
So I guess the question is who's going to be the approver? The people that drafted this are going to approve whoever they want or don't? Is that the way it works? Because it really ought to be a uniform policy across the board. And this is cockeyed. Why are you picking on that guy? Yeah, Brian. Oh, yeah, his firm's, he's an engineer. Boy, let's get him. And then what was the other one you eliminated? Oh, my. Actuary, yeah, we're gonna get rid of him. We're gonna have to approve that one. But we're not gonna approve some of these other people. They don't need to be approved. That's really incredible. Somebody looks really bored, doesn't want to hear it. I know, I don't blame you, Priscilla. That's why we're here. I don't run for council. I have no plans for doing it, but at least I like to call out things that are obviously cockeyed. And just the fact that, you know, it was written by an attorney and it isn't a broad case, there's no reason not to have it that way for $300? Come on. But that's okay, I see how it's working. And it's not working for the actual public, that's the best part.
Okay, anyone else like to speak? Okay, if not, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Zappa Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Bononis absent.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have update on Hellertown litigation, discussion and possible action. The solicitor will provide an update.
I've had some additional discussions with the solicitors from the borough. Right now, there's nothing formal to report back, but it's been positive. I believe it's moving in the right direction towards a resolution. I'm hopeful that by the time we get to the next meeting, we'll have something formal to take a look at, and with the hope that we'll have a resolution of all or a lot of the outstanding matters at that time. But that's what I have.
Okay, any discussion by council?
I just wanted to say thank you to Hellertown and all the attorneys that have been involved in trying to resolve the problems that occurred under the last administration. So I appreciate everybody's patience. We're working very hard.
Okay. Next, we have.
Scott, I can comment. I can comment. This is an agenda item.
Go right ahead.
All right. Well, it sounds like, you know, Victoria just wants to, you know, give them whatever they want. They're fellow Democrats down there in Hellertown for Victoria. So she just wants to give them, you know, whatever they want. And I'm sure they've, again, kept us out of all these discussions too. Mr. Goodsuzian until tonight wouldn't even tell us who he was meeting with at Hellertown. So at least he disclosed that it was at least a solicitor, I guess. But that's a first. But I'm sure Mr. Goodsuzian has been instructed to use Lower Saucon Township tax dollars to fund Hellertown and their fellow Democrats and whatever their needs may be. But Lower Saucon Township residents should be aware that that's where their taxpayers, a lot of their tax dollars are going. All right, that's all. Thank you for letting me have a say there.
Laura?
Yeah, I'm just anxious to keep things moving along. I can't wait till we have resolution.
Insightful.
I didn't hear her. I didn't hear you.
You're smart, Alec.
Could you repeat that? I said I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said, I'm just anxious to have things move along, you know?
All right. Thank you.
Smart Alec next to me here.
Okay, so we didn't have a motion, so there's no public comment, correct?
Correct, there's no.
So discussion for conditional use notice and set hearing date for LS OPP Devco LLC, conditional use number CU 01-24-3621, Old Philadelphia Pike, Route 378. LS OPP Devco LLC has submitted a conditional use application for the installation of a billboard on the property located at 3621 Old Philadelphia Pike. The applicant has submitted a letter requesting the hearing on the application to be continued until October 16th, 2024. Per the applicant's request, this will be scheduled for the August Planning Commission meeting for review. They have also submitted a variance request for this project, which will be tentatively scheduled for the August Zoning Hearing Board meeting. Council will have to make a decision on when to schedule the conditional use hearing. So we have to pick a date?
Yes, what has happened in this case, and perhaps Kathy can help a little bit too, is the way this is set up, they've given us until October to make a decision. The way the August hearings and the dates line up, it's difficult for us to set a date at the August meeting because the August meeting comes after some of these other meetings. So to make sure that we comply with all of the statutory requirements, we should set a date for the conditional use hearing today. So it's set. That way we have a date. The applicant may then ask for an application, meaning ask for a continuance or ask to reschedule it. But the problem is if we wait until the August hearing, we're gonna have some time issues. So what I would recommend we do is we set a date, then we communicate that date to the applicant before we move forward with costs of advertising and so on. They may actually ask for another date, but we have to protect ourselves because we don't want to be in a position where they go in front of zoning in August, planning commission in August. We meet at the end of August. We can't get the hearing in until after the October deadline, and then we have a problem. So it's this complicated logistical issue. So the way to solve that is we pick the date now and just let them know, and then we might end up amending the date anyway. I hope that makes sense. Kathy, if I said that wrong.
Pretty much covers.
So we can still set the August date.
No, the problem is our August meeting is after those, and then we still have to advertise and so on and so forth, so we put ourselves in a tight spot. So if we pick the date now, we protect ourselves because we have provided the date. If they ask for a continuance, then it's on them and they'll give us an extension. They have not been difficult. It's just a question of, you don't want to be in a position where you do something and based on dates, it's a deemed approval or some other crazy thing that we didn't see coming.
So why don't we go for the second Wednesday in September, which would be the 9th of September? Then it's a September and not an August. Would that work?
That's fine. And then what we can do is before we go ahead and, I'm sorry, the second Wednesday is, as I have it, is the 11th.
What did I say?
Wouldn't it be on a meeting night?
Yeah. That would be a Wednesday night.
That's not a meeting night.
Their solicitor only advised that
Right.
the 3rd and the 10th would not work for him.
Okay.
The 3rd or the 10th, so we'd be
But
good.
you said it's the 11th.
Right.
I'm just letting you know,
Oh,
the 3rd and
okay.
the 10th,
Between
their
our September-
applicant's attorney would not be available.
She said the 9th.
Yeah, so it would be Wednesday, the 11th, and what I recommend is we would choose that date, communicate it to them. If it's agreeable, we'll keep it on the books and then advertise it. If we need to have a change, we can. My issue is just setting it now to
Right.
protect ourselves.
So we have the meeting on the, August 21st, if there has to be a change to do something.
Right, or if they want a continuance, they can ask and give us an extension of time.
Okay, all right.
So I think what I'd ask is for somebody to make a motion to set the conditional use hearing date for September 11th. And just so we're clear on that, that's a separately scheduled date. It's not part of a separate council meeting.
Okay, so moved by the solicitor. Is there a second?
And I recommend we have a time, again,
second it.
6:30 would be my recommendation, because that's when we always do it.
And I'll amend my motion to say, well, you already 6:30, Victoria, 6:30,
I'll second the motion.
okay. Anybody on council would like to speak? Tom,
Sounds fun.
Victoria, Laura? Okay, in the audience, would somebody like to speak on this? Okay. Is that did you want to speak? Oh, you had your hand. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so roll call, please.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Ms. Uphoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0, Mr. Bononis absent.
Okay, the Citizens Fire Academy is taken off. Next, we have discussion and possible action regarding I never know how to say that, Archaea Energy Site Plan and Flare. Council will discuss the recent opening of the energy facility. In addition, discuss review letters. Is there somebody here representing the developer? Hi, how are you? Thank you for coming and sitting through this.
Yeah, I got 2 kids. I have a lot of patience.
I'm sorry?
My name is Leanne Wainwright. I'm
Okay,
here
you
from.
got the microphone. Okay.
My name is Leanne Wainwright. I'm here from Archaea. It is kind of hard to remember. I had prepared some statements, and I would usually just like to speak them, but I think I'm going to read them tonight just so they are correct. But I am our East Coast External Affairs Manager. Also with me today is our Operations Superintendent, Jake Padula, who some of you might have met at the Landfill Council meeting, and Archaea's VP of Operations, Fielding Lewis. I want to thank you guys for the chance to talk with you guys tonight and give you a brief overview of our company and the new facility here at the Bethlehem Landfill. Archaea Energy, you might have originally known it as ARIA. ARIA was then acquired by Archaea, and Archaea was acquired by BP in late 2022. We are currently the largest renewable natural gas producer in the U.S. We specialize in the development of construction and operations of RNG, landfill gas to electric facilities that capture waste emissions and convert it into low carbon fuel. We currently operate around 50 sites with a presence across 32 states. Just up the road in Scranton, we operate the world's largest RNG facility at the Keystone Sanitary Landfill. And by fall of this year, we anticipate having 3 operational sites here in Pennsylvania, including our facility here at Bethlehem. That's actually, I just had that stat come up the other day. Pennsylvania is the first state we have multiple operating facilities, so it's kind of exciting for the state here. And for those in the room that aren't familiar with what our plants do, our plants convert landfill gas, a natural byproduct of the decomposition of waste collected from landfills, into renewable natural gas. So I obviously would be remiss if I don't start by saying our highest priority is safety, sustainability, and a strong commitment to the communities where we operate, which I'll talk about here in a second.
Can I just tell you, you're not under the 5 o'clock rule, 5-minute rule. So go ahead.
Currently, we're at the end of what we call our commissioning process here at the Bethlehem RNG facility. We'd like to thank everyone here for the patience and understanding, and I'd like to tell you what that actually means. So what commissioning means is that after completing the construction of the facility, we must perform all the safety checks, the function test, and the calibrations on all of the newly installed equipment to ensure everything works as designed. After we ensure that everything is in the highest and safest working order, we begin the process of removing all of the gases, or VOCs, from the incoming landfill gas that we are left with our final product, RNG, which is a low carbon fuel, and then is distributed to the pipeline for local consumption. But in order to get the plant online during the commissioning phase, we have to flare. If you aren't familiar with flaring, flaring is a safe and effective way to manage emissions when the plant is not producing RNG. If there isn't an RNG facility paired with a landfill is left with the decision to either let the methane produced from the decomposing waste either directly enter the atmosphere or they collect it and flare it. Bethlehem Landfill has collected this methane and safely flared it for years to manage their emissions. But with the partnership with us at Archaea, we can now take that step further and turn the methane into renewable natural gas, thereby reducing emissions, improving local air quality, and providing a lower carbon fuel for transportation, homes, and businesses. Again, I'd like to emphasize that you will only see the flaring during the commissioning phase or during maintenance. Our goal is to operate the flare as little as possible, and once the plant is fully operational, landfill gas will be turned into a renewable resource, and the RNG will be put into the local natural gas pipeline. We know there have been recent concerns about the flaring, but what I can tell you today is that we've managed to decrease our flaring significantly as gas is now flowing into a pipeline for distribution. We officially started flowing gas to our pipeline partners as of 7/16. However, due to mechanical issues on their end, we are only able to flow at half capacity. But we've been able to divert the remaining half of our flow from the RNG facility back to the landfill's enclosed flare to minimize the amount of flaring we would be doing until the pipeline partners address the remaining issues with the remainder of their equipment. So we anticipate that being in the next week or so, but again, it's their maintenance, not ours, so we have no control of how long that will take. So what we are doing during this downtime, we know that we are currently getting the appropriate emergency response officials into our notification system to ensure that they receive text when the flare will be in use. We will also be finalizing our emergency response plans so that we can begin working with local responders to ensure that they understand our plant and how we operate, and we are excited to be a part of this community. So I don't know if I'm taking questions or comments, but I'll let you guys decide from there. But I do want to thank you guys for letting us come here today. And like I said, guys on the ground are here behind me.
Well, I appreciate them coming to our meeting the other week and you coming tonight because this is something new and we're not familiar with it. And I want to just back up a couple sentences ago. You said something about you were sending gas back to the old flare. Could you repeat that?
Jake, do you want to explain that? So because the pipeline partner isn't able to take our full capacity of gas, we've had to, and in an effort, to be honest, to mitigate the flaring operations that many have seen, we have diverted half of that gas back up to the landfill, and they're currently flaring it as they normally would before our facility would have been there.
Okay, so you have pipes in place that have valves that can go back and forth.
Can I explain that process?
Sure. So Jake Padula, Operations Superintendent. So we were currently having an issue with the pipeline not being able to take the full capacity of what the landfill is giving us currently. And in our previous meeting with you guys, the complaints about the flare were an issue. So to mitigate the flaring and try to cut it to a minimum, we have the ability to send half of our flow or a certain percentage of our flow back to the enclosed flare, which will then put that flame out to a minimum until the pipeline is ready for full capacity, which should be in a week or two, we're hoping.
Right. And then we'll rarely see that flame? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, only in outage issues or maintenance, which is not very rare. We talked about last time, about 95% runtime is what we're typically up, so 5% of the time you may see a flame, but at the time we are en route to resolve the issue from here on out.
Okay. I don't have the dates in front of me, and I apologize, but back in 2019, when the plan came before council, it went to the zoning hearing board, it went to planning commission, went to various boards. And the draft motion that we had on the night that council approved it said that there were certain things based on Boucher and James letter and Hanover Engineering letter that things had to be brought back to council for approval. Even though we were approving the outline of the approval letter, there were certain things that had to come back to us. I've been on council for over 36 years. I don't recall it coming back to us. So I want the Kathy, the acting manager, to look and see if it ever did since 2019. And if it did, I want to know what the action was on it. So until I know that, it's kind of hard to comment more, if that makes any sense. So can you do that, Kathy?
I can do that.
Okay. That's my comments and concerns for right now. I know we're going to open it up to the rest of council.
Just offer, that is something we definitely can review with you. Obviously, that was 2 companies before
Right, I
our
understand.
acquisition. So not unusual to have that type of discussion.
Right.
We would just want to make sure we had the right folks in the room to have that discussion with you. So if you can give us that opportunity, we would welcome it.
We don't always put subject to council review in draft motions. So for us to specifically say that and have it in, I think it was in the zoning hearing board decision, there had to be something significant there that the people on those boards were interested in. So without that information, I can't really do anything else right now.
Understood.
So now I'm gonna, usually alphabetical. Tom, did you have any questions?
Right. Yeah, I do remember this coming before council and planning. And yeah, the one guy who has 50 years of experience in this type of industry, Doug Woosnam, you threw off planning because you didn't like his politics. So he's no longer providing his expertise free of charge to the township. I would like to have him weigh in on this.
What's his name?
Doug Woosnam. And you threw him off. Okay, well, it sounds like not much has changed, though, from the previous companies. I mean, this is what you said is basically what I recall them promising, to do, and I think it's a good thing. Natural gas, and how with the current size of the landfill, how long do you think it'll be producing natural gas for?
So that's the interesting thing about our company. I know a lot of people think that if they're shutting down landfills, that they would thereby shut down our operations, and I'm not suggesting that about you, but one of the things I found the most interesting is the landfill's decomposition will continue for another 20 to 50 years post whatever the last load that goes in there. So we will be operational for the time being, and then we can project 20 to 50 years
Right, and
following.
you can be both operational while it's a working landfill and expanded, hopefully an expanded landfill. And can produce natural gas for 100 years if we get another 20 or 30 out of the landfill, or at least 50 or 60 years.
Absolutely.
It can produce natural gas. Goes right into a pipeline there. And how much natural gas we're talking? Can you put it in terms of like how many homes it could sustain?
Yeah, I can do that calculation really quick on the EPA website. I didn't have that written down for this, but do you know roughly, like, I know we're 32.
Well, I know, like, homes are different sizes. I was looking for a ballpark figure of what the current landfill, how many homes it could possibly sustain with natural gas. And then I'd love to hear the number with an expanded landfill, and the natural gas that would generate over the next 50 or 60 years, what that could, house-wise. I know different size houses use different amounts. It's not an exact science. I was more just looking for an estimate or some educated guess.
Yeah, I can talk in cubic feet and those types of things, but without the table, I have no idea what that calculation.
Okay.
You could do it really quick, and maybe we'll have it by the
Now,
end.
pardon me, Tom, for interrupting. Sir, I know you're in the middle of calculations. For the purpose of the record, could you just identify who you are?
He's Fielding Lewis, our VP of Operations.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Tom.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
And a question for, I wrote your name now. Liam?
Leanne.
Leanne. L-I-A-N?
L-E-E-A-N-N.
L-E-A-N-N. Okay. Now, with the landfill expansion, would you have to build additional facilities?
At current time, we don't.
Fielding Lewis, VP Operations for Archaea. No, at this point, to the landfill's operation, we can't speak to that because we don't dictate what the landfill does operationally.
Right.
And forecasting wise, at this point, we have no knowledge of any expansion.
No, what I'm saying is like, it's expanding geographically, right? Would your existing facilities be able to service that?
With retrofitting the current facility, we could accept more gas at a later date if it was available.
Okay, so you could retrofit your current facility, you wouldn't have to build an additional facility.
Correct.
And now I know when they came in to speak to us before, they said that they generally had people there on site every day, but sometimes they use technology and stuff to if there's nobody on site. And that was always a big feature for me because the landfill does get full someday. If you guys aren't there, there'd really be nobody there on a daily basis. I mean, I'm sure we still have DEP inspections of closed landfill, and of course we can send handover out, I guess, anytime we saw fit. So if there was any type of land shift or anything, at least there's people there to report it, to report it and all that. And I always thought that was a good benefit for.
Well, and I would just state, in addition to the folks that would be on site, Fielding and Jake live just up the road in the Scranton area. So we do have regional people able to come and go between our 3 sites. Our additional site is at the Commonwealth landfill.
So there are 3 full-time employees at that facility that will man it on a 24/7 basis, either be there during a day shift 7 days a week and share an on-call responsibility at nighttime. Otherwise, the place is nearly fully automated,
right,
and available to remotely be able to be seen by operators that aren't on site as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Next, Victoria.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate the thank you that Priscilla said about coming to the landfill committee meeting and also this evening. I think it's nice that we can have an open dialogue and discuss things at the landfill committee meeting and then get further updates at the council meeting that happens now. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to, I guess, a point of clarification. During the landfill committee meeting, I did ask a question about whether or not, for the time being, you could divert some of the gas back to the landfill enclosed flare instead of the exposed flare that you have. And as I understood, there was like, at least the way I described it, so I could have it wrong, is a switch. Like they said, there's like a point of no return, I think is the word I said. Like once the gas comes in to your facility, my understanding as of the committee meeting was that once it came into your facility, it had to be flared at your facility. It could not go back. Like it was a point of no return. So I think what you're doing now is you're 50% sending it to the pipeline and 50% sending it back. So I don't know whether it's a matter of like you could adjust that valve at the intake or whether it's a diversion that maybe we weren't aware of at the meeting.
No, you're right. The first setup is exactly how it is. We are not taking all of the gas from the landfill to the inlet of the facility at this point to minimize our flaring due to our pipeline constraints on the outlet of the facility.
Okay, so I appreciate that.
If we brought it all in, we'd just be flaring all the time, and there's no point on that for anybody.
I appreciate that, and I think you had indicated that you were open to coming before council and discussing how we can address the flare moving forward, just because it was a little shocking for the people in the community. They weren't used to seeing that, and so I appreciate that, and I hope that you, moving forward, will come and we can move forward on that, and we'll just wait to see whatever council has done with the project so we can all kind of get on the same page with it. The only other thing I wanted to point out, I think, is the discussion of natural gas. I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but with the northern realignment approval, the DEP required that instead of landfill gas being flared and sent up into the atmosphere, they had to provide some kind of environmental protection that utilized landfill gas in the best way possible. So it's much better for the community if you take landfill gas and then push it back out to the community versus flaring it and letting it go up into the atmosphere. But I want to make clear it's not, we have a landfill and every time you put garbage in a landfill, you're creating that gas. So we are accepting a lot of garbage, which then creates the gas. We are now, thankfully, with this plant, able to, instead of release it into the atmosphere, send it back into the community. But I don't necessarily, the question is, I guess my understanding from Mr. Carochi's questioning seemed to appear that he wanted to get into the business of accepting as much garbage as possible so that we could then send gas back into the community. So I don't know whether he wants to become a UGI facility or not, but I think it's a very important distinction for the community to understand is that we're not bringing in a new company to start a business and sell natural gas. What we're doing is trying to prevent the natural gas or the landfill gas from going into the air and further destroying the air quality. So that's what's happening here. And I'm very thankful that they have this technology, and I welcome you and I welcome the discussions. But I want to make that distinction that I don't think we should be in the business of accepting garbage so that we can then send the gas back out into the community. Thank you.
If you're an environmentalist, you'd like natural gas.
Okay, Laura?
Sure. So, Leanne, you went over some things pretty quickly. I tried to catch some of it, so it sounded like we had questions, or there was some information regarding contact with the emergency services and getting them on board, because I know when the flaring first started, actually probably I drove by that first weekend and I stopped and I was taking pictures because it was alarming to see. And apparently everybody and their brother was calling our fire department, and they were called out numerous times, numerous nights, repeatedly, over and over. So I'm hoping that what you explained there, it takes care of that issue, that now that everybody's in sync and knows when something like that would be happening. And then moving forward, when maintenance would be done, would we be looped in on that as well, so that we, know?
Yeah, that would be the goal. So the text message system, I would say for the simplest terms, they're able to send the text message directly to the identified recipient. So it'd say flaring will begin X. I don't know, can you tell them how long to?
Yeah, so it would be an automated system for our emergency first responders in their community. So fire chief, police chief, emergency management coordinator, whoever that may be. We're working on that list to make sure we get that together. Jake is working on that with your community members to put that together. The automated system will let them know when the candlestick flare is on and when it goes off. Proactively, before we get into a maintenance situation, if we know we're getting into the maintenance situation, we'd make that appropriate contact before we did so they know that that text message system will be going off as we take the facility down and as we bring it back up.
Okay, yeah, that would be very good. Like I said, I don't think that was in place beforehand, so there was a lot of confusion and a lot of, like I said, several times a night, they'd get called out for the same thing, and they have to go and check and make sure the landfill's not on fire and whatever people were saying, so
Yeah,
it's good to know.
I completely understand that. I will say probably more candidly, Bethlehem during the post-construction and commissioning phase came on rather quickly, in a good way. Everything was kind of moving through nicely the way we want it to. And then obviously with different situations, it caused us to have to flare much longer than we anticipated, but 100% own that pre-work should have been there, and we are dedicated to maintaining those relationships going forward.
Okay, well, we appreciate that. Thank you.
I do have one comment.
Brian?
You have some unfulfilled obligations under the land development approval, which I think came up a little bit about at the landfill committee meeting with your representatives there. I'll be happy to go over those with whoever needs to understand what you need to do. I just don't know who should contact me.
Yeah, if I can get your information later, I will make sure we get the right groups together. We've had this in some other areas just through the acquisition process. So definitely something we're aware of, and we'll get the groups together to make sure those are fulfilled.
Do you have a card or anything that I can email you, or should I just give you my email address?
Yeah, if I can get your email.
Okay, that's all I have.
Oh, no, that's great. Thank you, Brian.
So council knows, I do not know that a return trip to council is one of those unfulfilled obligations. So just don't be surprised if they don't come back here. But I will review all of those obligations with them.
My eyes physically saw
If you know where that is, let me know.
It was November of 2019.
The
minutes was November 6th of 2019.
If you can find it.
Well, Kathy has it. I can look. Yeah, it should be. I think it's in our packet.
Well, there's some reference in the Boucher and James letter, but it's not, I don't take it that way, but we'll discuss it. I just want to let council know if we determine that that's not what it was, don't be surprised if they don't come back.
When you guys prepare the draft motion, and then you say that this is subject to all the conditions and letter dated, blah, 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 from Hanover Engineering, and from at that time, Boucher and James dated, that's where I read, that's where I saw it.
Yeah, there's reference in Boucher and James' letter to subject to township approval, but you approved it.
No.
So if we find something else different than that, then you'll see them again. Thank you.
Okay, so Kathy wants to say something.
Just to answer Mr. Ferrucci's questions, in the presentation that ARIA had brought to council in April of 2019, The RNG facility will reduce CO2 equivalent emissions in the local community by over 70%. The RNG facility will supply enough natural gas to the local community for approximately 6,250 homes per year. If vehicle fueling is developed in the community, it would provide about 12,000 cars each year with fuel. And the carbon dioxide CO2 emission reduction equivalent of the carbon sequestered by over 38,250 acres of the U.S. forests in 1 year. So,
Well, as an environmentalist, that sounds great.
So that means that 38,000 acres worth of CO2 is currently, well, was being released into the atmosphere prior to the plant being online on a yearly basis. So this is good mitigation.
This is better. Okay, well, we appreciate you coming, and we'll be a partnership here and work together so that we're doing the right things. And
Brian and I will work with their office to make sure that we're connecting with the right people.
Right. So I do have to open it up to the floor. We're finished up here with council. Does anybody in the audience have any questions or comments? Could you come up to the podium?
I just have a quick question. I don't know if it's my place, but I'm curious, with the natural gas that's coming out of the landfill and being pumped away, does the Lower Saucon get any income from that?
Wait, I'm not hearing you. What?
Saucon receive any income from the gas that's being?
3%.
3%.
Okay, next, please. Sorry.
My name's Rick Myers. I live maybe 1,700 feet from the landfill. And have you guys been over and seen that flare? Yes. At night? Like what time?
It was 9, 10 o'clock sometime by the time we left.
Okay.
Pretty annoying, ain't it?
Okay. You're not supposed to be talking to the audience, Rick. I'm sorry.
Well, I have pictures on my phone, and I've sent them to members of the council. It's not nice. And if you live where I live, it's even worse. And it constantly makes some kind of annoying noise that at times when it was nice and I could have our windows open, I had to turn the volume up on my TV because I couldn't hear it because of that thing. And this gentleman here asked about, where is this gas going? Sure ain't coming to us. And they say, what, 3%? When this first was coming out, I remember, because I was here and I fought not to have it, there was supposed to be a pipe that was going to be crossed over Apple Butter Road, go through the field, and connect up with, I guess, whatever it's called now, Calpine Energy. From there, it was going to go out and service some of the homes on Chimersville Road. There ain't a home on Chimersville Road. Your plant's built, it's doing what it's doing, annoying me. There's no pipe going across Apple Butter Road. So where is this gas going? And how? And if it's going in pipes that were there, how safe is that? So
Because of the age of the
answer.
pipes, are you referring to the age of the pipes?
Yeah.
That's a good question. They can come back with that answer.
Like I say, the reason I know is I worked for almost 17 years for a company that did natural gas.
Oh, okay.
We put natural gas in the ground. I was a foreman. So I kind of know what the deal is here. And that night at the meeting, I told them, something ever happens, heaven forbid that guy that's up in Scranton that's going to come down and do what he's supposed to do, he might as well stay the hell at home. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Can they answer the question about the piping on Apple Butter Road? I'm curious now too.
Sure, so we sell to an interstate pipeline, local interstate pipeline, that then distributes the gas to local municipalities from there. It's as simple as that. So we sell to one provider who then distributes it to multiple providers. Some may go to homes, some may go to businesses, some may go to factories, but it does go locally. To just respond to the question, I do not respond to the facility as a call out. We have guys that live locally, 3 operators that are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They do daily rounds at the facility 7 days a week. So they have a 15-minute response time to an issue. It's not an hour or 2 hour response time. So, and they have remote access to check all the facilities throughout the day, make sure everything's good.
Can we find out what municipalities eventually, I mean, if they'll share that information? I know it's not your company information, but if they'll share it, I'd like to know.
We could try our best.
You can ask. If they don't tell you, they won't tell you, but it doesn't hurt to ask.
Right, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Alan?
Hello, I'm Alan Johnson.
Can you just lower the microphone so we can hear you, please? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alan Johnson. My question is, after they get finished taking the methane out of the landfill gas, there's other gases left over. What are they doing with that?
It's burning in the flare, isn't it?
So yes, landfill gas is made up of roughly 50% methane. The other 50%, almost 50%, is mostly CO2 or carbon dioxide. Some of the other constituents in landfill gas could be a little bit of nitrogen as well, which is about 80% of our atmosphere. So the carbon dioxide is sent to a destructive device for emissions where we utilize some of our methane in order to destruct it to a certain temperature where it is the combustion reaction turns the CO2 into nitrogen and steam. So the emissions, and it's regulated by the DEP for emission limits and making sure we stay within those very tight constraints.
Does that also take out the VOCs?
The VOCs in landfill gas are absorbed into a solid-based media, and then we dispose of that according to the EPA as well, under strict regulations.
And the VOCs, the stinky stuff?
What smells in landfill gas is a element called hydrogen sulfide, which is basically a rotten egg smell. H2S, of course. That's absorbed in a media in our facility.
My other question is...
Oh, we can't hear you, Alan, for the record.
You said you're inserting this methane into a pipeline, into like well, what pressure are you compressing it in order to get it into the pipeline?
So of course, landfill gas is gathered at a very low pressure, actually under vacuum pressure. And as we inject high purity methane into the distribution pipeline, it's at roughly 70 to 90 pounds per square inch. And the pipeline is built to withstand more than 3 times that pressure that we built to that interconnection.
70 to 90 PSI?
Correct.
Alan, we can't hear you. We can't transcribe what you're saying if you're not talking into the microphone.
Okay. I'm surprised it's only 70 to 90 PSI. And I'm wondering who's taking that gas at 70 to 90 PSI?
Okay.
Because my understanding is that these natural gas pipelines that are running around the country are operating at thousands of PSI. So that's why I'm wondering.
Fair question. So on the outlet of our facility is low pressure, and at the interconnection to the utility that takes the gas from us, they compress the gas up to their pipeline pressure. So at that point, at the custody transfer point where we give the gas to them, they use more compression in order to boost it to a higher pressure. Whatever their pipeline operates at, I'm not 100% sure yet, because we have no control over that.
And where is that location where the gas is compressed up to the higher pressure?
Roughly a quarter mile straight up Apple Butter Road from the facility. I don't know if that's north. Is it? I'm disoriented of which way Apple Butter Road runs, north or south right there?
So if you're looking at the site, is it to the right or left?
To the right.
So if you're looking at the site, it would be to the right, up Ringhofer Road, up. Or past Apple Butter, Ringhofer Road.
Used to refer to as the tank farm.
You're right, there is a tank farm there.
Okay.
There's a interconnection to our sales pipeline there.
That's where the high pressure gas line runs.
That's where the custody transfer point of that gas is, where our interconnect takes the gas from us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? Well, you can't come back twice, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Alan, for those good questions.
I just
You're
had
gonna get
a question, a follow-up
bill
on
from-
that, the VOC discussion, but I can hold it till the end for the.
Yeah, because I have another question too.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I am not an environmental engineer, and I don't know much about this. However, I do know that it's being done for a long time, because I've done research on it for some projects in school. And I just want to let everybody know, great questions. Thank you so much for the company for coming to answer our questions. But just so everybody knows, the Environmental Protection Agency, that's the EPA, established the Landfill Methane Outreach Program in 1994 to promote the development of cost-effective and environmentally beneficial landfill gas, which is referred to as LFG, energy projects. The program goal was to reduce methane emissions by creating alliances between states, energy users, and providers, the LFG industry and communities. And I just want to say that this is a high-tech situation that has been regulated, that has been looked at, that has been approved, whatever. And just from the research I've done in the past on waste-to-energy projects, Waste Management has all of their landfills. They do this with all their landfills. And just in my little research here, I found out that 50% of the BMW plant in South Carolina is run by this methane gas from a landfill. So it's great. It's amazing. So negativity, positivity, I think it's great. High tech, that's what our country does best.
Yep. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. You knew it was there. Yeah. Landfill was there before you. Landfill was there before you. That's right.
Okay.
Before you, though. I didn't buy that.
Dave will add.
Not in my backyard.
Tom, you're being.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, go ahead. You're allowed to speak.
Well, I can't speak if the other people are speaking and you don't gavel them down.
I just did.
Here we
Did
are
you hear
again.
that?
No, I
just
didn't.
did. Sorry.
Well, you need to control things, Priscilla.
Why'd you start?
Listen,
Okay, please, you can't be talking in the audience, please.
see, that's your folks. Yeah, that's rude. Tell him he's rude, Priscilla.
You'll gavel her.
I did. Didn't you hear me?
No, we didn't, because you didn't do it hard enough.
No, I'm not going to gavel. Mr. Boulon is at the podium and he needs to speak.
I don't need to, I desire to. Thank you.
Desire, sorry.
It's a spectacular thing. I know you guys don't like the landfill and all of that, but.
Have a nice evening. Now start us 5 minutes. That guy left. Priscilla's neighbor left. Buddy.
See, you just can't help yourself, can you?
I haven't said a word.
I know, that's the problem. You absolutely speak when you shouldn't and don't when you should. All right, it's like the person at the end of the row here. All right, the bottom line is this thing is spectacular. And it's been around, I know it's been up and down, the company's been bought and sold a couple of times. Nobody ever talks about the really good things. Did you hear what he said? I hope you did. He said something, and I don't want to paraphrase him because I'm not in his field, but he said 50% of that goes to usable gas. The other, the CO2 and all, is burned, so it turns into what? Water and something else. I'm sorry, I didn't get it right. I didn't get it quite right. Into nitrogen and water, okay? You can't get much cleaner than that. How many homes? By the way, a little disclaimer, I don't work for this company. I don't know about them. I don't know any of the people here, so I don't want to hear about it. And I'd really appreciate if Laura Ray, our environmental expert, would have been chiming in on this and saying, gosh, this is the best thing since sliced bread. And over here, Miss Smiley, who always chimes in on everything I say, she had nothing to say. And look at her. She's as happy as can be. Right. And yeah, it makes sense. Anybody that knows anything about gas, when you ask, gee, what's the pressure? Well, it's a vacuum sucking it out of the ground. Very mild, very difficult to control. Then you push it down a pipeline at a few pounds, and then you compress it a little bit to maybe 50 pounds so you can shoot it up to the compression stations. Gee, don't you people read anything? It's in your own neighborhood. It's your own best interest. It's environmentally friendly, and you don't even know about it. I think that's really discouraging. We're going to hear about wanting to send postcards around and things like that later. Maybe we'll send you some video links to this. These people are godsends. Excuse me, God. They really are. And the fact that the township's going to get 3% more out of the well, indirectly out of what the landfill does, I guess that doesn't mean anything either. Nothing matters here except the political outcome of this landfill. And I think that's just absolutely atrocious. I was blown away here about the 1994 DEP or Department of Energy. They did this. Does anybody mention that? Is this all nastiness? Oh, it's probably PADEP. Yeah, well, they have to follow this, okay? So listen, I know you're all political people, but the bottom line is when something is good, at least acknowledge it. I'm gonna sit down.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, oh, Bob, did you want to come up?
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. I think what I heard from the council is that the council thought this was a good thing. That's what I heard anyway. Maybe certain people in the audience are listening to different people. But I heard council saying they thought it was a good thing. So for somebody to stand here at the platform and make it sound like they were against it, I don't get it.
Okay, anyone else? Well, I'd like to say that I had questions about this, and I still have questions, and that's why we put this, I wanted this on the agenda, Victoria. We're on the landfill committee together, and we wanted answers. And I did not like, and I do not ever remember when in 2019 that there was going to be a gigantic flame flare. I never, ever, I would have remembered that. So I thought it was a good thing because, you know, there's a flare there now. It burns away. It's not efficient, but that's what we have. And now this was going to be better. So, but no time, and I remember pretty much. My memory's pretty sharp still. I don't remember the candlelight flare. And so I'm concerned about that because Mr. Myers, him and his wife left, and I'm sorry about that, but he lives catty corner on Ringhofer Road. It's unacceptable for him to have to tolerate those things. I feel bad for him. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? And if that's part of your way that you're doing stuff, you need to look at it and change it somehow so that the residents aren't impacted that live near there. I mean, they have to put up with so much. okay, with the odors, with the truck traffic, you know, and I just think that, so we're gonna try to come up with a good plan here, and, you know, that's all I can say, I don't know, so we'll see, but I'm on hold right now, so.
I just had a question. I really appreciate the explanation of how you split the gas 50% that you're able to send back in, and then the other 50%, excuse me, you have to burn down to some extent or convert into different gases. But I think there was the question about VOCs, volatile organic compounds. Did I get that acronym correctly? And I understood it that you create some kind of matter with it that has to be disposed of. Can you just explain what happens with the VOC?
Yeah, sure. Fielding Lewis, Archaea VP Operations. In landfill gas, there's many constituents, and part of those constituents are volatile organic compounds, which VOCs is what your question was about. We have a granular style of media, basically somewhat of a filter, in order to filter some of these things out, absorb them into our media, and then we have to dispose of that media as it's spent, eventually spent, through the proper channels and regulations of the DEP, Solid Waste Division, and many other regulatory bodies properly.
Can you say, so there's like a filter and it collects the VOCs, and then at some point the filter is not, you have to replace it, but you have to get rid of the old filter that has the VOCs. Can you say where that where those filter, or the media with the VOCs goes?
It would most likely go to a facility that it is regulated to. I'm not sure how it's disposed of necessarily. We don't have those types of facilities in our repertoire, but I do believe they have either an incineration method, or they have some sort of regeneration method that they can utilize. Neither of which I'm privy to the technology on.
Okay, thank you. So just so I can recap, we have 50% methane, CO2, and forgive me, some other stuff that creates VOCs.
So landfill gas in general is not only methane, it's comprised of about 50% methane. The other 50% of that is, the majority of the other 50% is CO2, carbon dioxide, and some of the other tiny bits of that makeup are hydrogen sulfide, volatile organic compounds, different types of VOCs. And then, of course, we have a slight bit of oxygen and now a slight bit of nitrogen in that gas. So we try to strip everything out of that gas besides the methane. And we make a high purity methane product too, which is also highly regulated and strict specifications of purity to be able to sell that gas to a regulated pipeline system.
Thank you.
Okay, what about condensate? Is there any condensate produced?
So landfill gas, it does have moisture in it. We filter that moisture out, either through a separation system, and then we are able to clarify the water or send it back to the landfill, which they have the technologies in order to deal with the condensate or water that was entrained in that landfill gas.
So the condensate has, what's it made up of?
Mostly water, free water.
So it's not mixed with any VOCs or any
Of course, it's moisture in a gas stream, so there are probably other constituents in that gas. To be specific, I couldn't give you those at this point. I can always come back with that. But.
Okay, thank you. Tom, you were saying something?
Yeah, well, yeah, everybody else got a second comment. I want one too. It's like a perfect example there of the loony liberal environmental left. This technology, Kathy said 6,500 homes. We got a BMW plant in South Carolina, 50% of it done. All could have been done with oil or coal, which is much more worse for the environment and all this, right? You know, but we're going to use natural gas. But she wants to stop it because one guy One guy is looking at a flame in his backyard. One guy. And that's the loony liberal left and the environmentalists. 6,500 homes of natural gas instead of coal or oil or some other energy source that's worse for the environment. We get natural gas, better for the environment. One guy has to look at a flame, and that's what she's worried about. One guy looking at a flame. Now, I'm not done yet. Okay. You can respond when I'm done. One guy looking at a flame. The landfill was there before he bought that house there. The landfill was there first. So the other thing I'd like to say is, this has gone on for over 30 minutes now, maybe over 40 minutes now. It was a great discussion. A lot of people, Alan they had some really good questions. Dave, Anne Marie, you guys were very responsive in all this. Now, Lynn Hill's gonna be very disappointed. The transcription costs on this are gonna be through the roof, and she doesn't like when you people speak. So you might get an invoice. You might get an invoice, Alan, from Ms. Hill, our controller. Thank you.
And by the way, did you hear me say I was against this proposal? I did not say that. I was asking questions because I wanted information. And I thanked you for coming, and I thought I was being very polite. So, again, thank you.
We appreciate the council's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you'll be working with the township, and we'll be back. Okay, again, thank you. So next we have discussion and possible action to address matters brought up during the quarterly landfill committee meeting on July 11th. I guess, Victoria, did you want to go?
Yeah, I'll try to be as concise as I can, but we had a very nice landfill committee meeting. In addition to the Archaea, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, but in addition to Archaea coming and discussing the flare, we also discussed a number of other things. During the meeting, and it was during the public comment period specifically, it became apparent that there were members from other municipalities that had come to our landfill committee meeting to ask about things that were going on at the landfill and raising some concerns that they had from their perspective. Namely, there was, I think, 3 people, which I was surprised the meeting was in the middle of the day, from Bethlehem Township, and I don't remember that we've ever had anybody from another municipality ever come to our Lower Saucon Township landfill committee meeting. So it brought concern to me that we do have people outside of Lower Saucon Township that are unsure of what to do and how to handle this situation. The landfill was very courteous in providing their information for people to call into the landfill to try to mitigate some of the issues. And I think at that time, our township provided the information for the DEP when people have concerns also to those residents. But I thought that it would be proactive of our township in light of the fact that we have people coming from other municipalities that we send a letter to Bethlehem Township, which is where those people came from, just saying, listen, if there are concerns, if you hear from your residents about landfill issues or questions about the landfill, please direct your questions, please direct your residents to contact the landfill to address them, and also contact the DEP and provide the specific information on how they can contact those 2 respective places. And then also in the letter to just indicate that we are open to discussing with them any issues that they might want to bring forward to us in any way so that we can help collaboratively handle whatever issues they're hearing from their residents. So I was hopeful to direct a letter from to the Bethlehem Township in light of the residents that came forward. So that was number 1. The second thing I thought to discuss was the fact that at least one of our landfill committee members had asked a question about the height of the northern realignment and whether or not that was within the total height that the landfill is permitted to go vertically. There was some question as to whether the new realignment height might be greater than the 725 or 750, whatever the permit height is. We did learn that every year the landfill does go out, I don't know if it's helicopter or plane, but they go and they do an assessment to ensure that they are not operating above the permitted level. They had done, I think that they had indicated that they had done that flying in May. So I'm not sure if there were any additional activities after May or if they had checked it since then, but I thought it would be productive if we ask the landfill via letter if they could confirm that their current height is 725 or whatever the height is, if they could do another flyby and just copy the DEP on that, just so they're aware that we're concerned or there was an issue raised about that issue. So those were the two main things that I wanted to bring up from the landfill in addition to Archaea. I'm trying to think if there was anything else, but it was a very productive meeting. And I appreciate the landfill. Oh, there was, sorry, the last thing, maybe the most important thing. There was a resident that had sent an email to the township about truck traffic, and it's been kind of like a chronic thing. It kind of ebbs and flows. Sometimes there's trucks that come up Island Park Road over Lower Saucon Road and then down Apple Butter Road, or they go the other direction, up Apple Butter Road, over Lower Saucon, down Island Park Road, so they're going those directions. And the public is concerned that those trucks are going to the Bethlehem landfill, and why are they coming that route versus going the DEP permitted route, which is I-78 to 412 Shimersville, Apple Butter to the entrance of the landfill. So the important thing that came out of that was that, number one, we can't say for sure where the trucks are going. So the landfill can certainly highlight to their, any garbage truck that comes into them, the proper truck route. But in all cases, they can't say that the trucks traveling on Apple Butter, Lower Saucon, up Island Park are going to the landfill, and they can't control where they go. So that was one important thing. But I do want to say, and I don't know, I know there's a representative from Bethlehem Landfill here today, so maybe she knows or she doesn't know, but we did see a decrease. We got a notice from the same resident saying after the landfill committee meeting, we saw a decrease. And I think during the meeting, we had asked that the landfill contact their customers to ask them or remind them about the truck route and to please abide by that truck route. So to the extent that the landfill did reach out to their customers and remind them, we want to say thank you because it appears to have reduced the truck traffic over those routes that are not part of the DEP permit.
Right, and I also say thank you. So you have two motions technically. The first.
I think there were just directions to do a letter. So I don't know if we need a motion for that, but it was just two separate letters. One.
I think you should make a motion.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to direct a letter to Bethlehem Township as indicated, providing the necessary information to contact Bethlehem Landfill and the DEP with any complaints concerning the landfill, and to also indicate that we are open to discussing any concerns that they might have or that their residents might have concerning the Bethlehem landfill. That's the first motion.
I'll second that. Council discussion, Tom?
Yeah, this is obviously a blatant use of township resources to gin up anti-landfill sentiment, to identify people in Bethlehem that I'm sure Ms. Optoff runs some type of fundraising arm for the anti-landfill sentiment. She wanted us to identify them and solicit donations from them. And this is a way to use township resources and efforts to identify these people, to gin up the anti-landfill message that she spews and she's part of. She's part of their legal effort. She's part of this group, and to identify these people, solicit donations for their fundraising events, I'm sure. And I just don't think township, first of all, it's illegal to use township resources for something like that. Our solicitor doesn't know. Joe Biden's cognitive ability is higher than his legal ability.
You know what? You're not supposed to make derogatory comments, and you're out of order.
So the ID,
You
so the
are
township,
out of order,
so the
and we should
township,
just pull the plug on your
the township resources and taxpayer money should not be used in such a manner. And it's blatantly being used in that manner. This is why she wants people she wants township resources to go and to encourage people to write letters to the DEP and complain. And township resources shouldn't be used for that. That's all.
Finished? Okay, I'm next, and I just want to say that a lot of stuff that you heard tonight at this meeting is not really true. And just like I was against the energy plant, and, you know, so. And you are being rude, so. Okay, so who's next? Victoria, you have anything else to say?
I just take exception to any allegation that I'm trying to solicit funds or trying to raise money or that I'm part of any group or anything like that. None of that's accurate. As I indicated, I'll state again, people came to our landfill committee meeting. I don't know them, I never met them, but they were very upset, and they weren't from Lower Saucon, they were from Bethlehem Township. So in an effort, and I think would be proactive way for our township to be collaborative with our neighboring municipalities, something every municipality I would think would want to be good neighbors, I thought it was appropriate to provide the information that not only landfill asked people to do, they asked people to call the landfill when there is a concern. So again, this is providing Bethlehem Township the information for them to share with their residents who came to our meeting. That's the facts. If you don't like them, attend a meeting. And then you'll know the facts because you were there, but you weren't there.
You should leave campaigning for an election year. That's next year.
Okay, Laura?
So next year you can do your campaign.
Yes,
It's
so
not your turn anymore.
I think it's a good
Laura?
idea to
went first.
share the information with Bethlehem Township. And yes, so I think it'll be helpful to them to have that. I was not at the landfill committee meeting, so I can't speak in great detail on it either, but yeah, if people are coming in with questions, a simple letter to direct them how to get help, I don't see an issue with that.
Well, they knew to come to the meeting.
We're wasting more time listening to the blabbering here.
We're going to open it up to the audience. Anybody would like to speak on this?
Yeah.
Personal work on bill issues.
Dave Bouland for the record. The bottom line is if you can't find the Bethlehem landfill on the web, you don't deserve to be able to write a letter or even ask a question. And this is baloney. How many times have I seen Victoria in the newspaper at Bethlehem hearings and meetings and all, coaxing them to say things about the landfill? And then we have that other organization there, the 10,000-pound elephant, who complains about the landfill, and yet they're running a dirt-moving operation over there on the other side of the river. Yeah, you know who I mean. I don't have to tell you who that is. And if you're worried about the trucks, I would suggest that, gee, I think we do have a police force, and if the wrong trucks are on the wrong road, I'll bet you they could stop them even and say, hey guys, you shouldn't be here. Instead of writing letters and doing all this, feel-good stuff. Really, come on. That's not rocket science. That's what the police are there for, right? And as a matter of fact, it really blows me away. I guess I'm gonna have to go to that landfill up close. I've been around it a dozen times, and I notice things like when the trucks go in, they look dirty and grungy and all, and when they come out, they're clean, and I'm going, what do they run, a truck car wash in there? But nobody ever says anything about that. So I guess it really bothers me when I hear these political things, and especially when it's EAC related, and there's nothing positive coming out of EAC saying things like, gee, the EAC is really working on that little problem that Russ had about taking all the trees off the thing, and we were there. No, they weren't there. They didn't know about it. Didn't realize, didn't talk to DEP, didn't report it. We didn't hear about it at council, and yet they're hammering the living tar out of people like the Bethlehem landfill. Is doing everything possible as far as I can see. I don't know where this flare was located, whether it was on the I didn't say anything to them. I just turned around to look to see if they were still here. That flare is on the landfill property, or whether it's on the property that's cracking the, so to speak. That's a word. You know what that means? Cracking the gas? Okay. So I don't know which it was, which they're complaining about. And I did not hear an answer to the whistling sound, but I'd certainly like to know more about that. See, I'm not all one-sided. Now, as long as, if you're gonna write this letter, which I know it's gonna be 3-1 here, the vote, you're gonna write this letter, how about you have Bethlehem send all of us a letter saying how we can complain about their stench factory down there called the sewage plant. And not only is it a stench factory, it's also a pollution to the Lehigh River, which, by the way, yes, that peaked out the other, at one of the landfill meetings. I know I was there, and I heard it, and I reinforced it. And it wasn't that it was given gratuitously, it was by a faux pas. And you know who I mean. She's sitting here at the council. So don't tell us this goofiness. Just say, hey, if you want to know where the landfill's located, Google it. Or just go there. They're nice people. They're not going to shoot you. That's crazy. You're just trying to make points. I agree with this guy over here in the different colored shirt, whatever it is.
I make a motion that we do write the
There's a
Bethlehem,
motion on the
to,
floor.
the Water Authority, and
There's a motion on the floor.
All right, then I'd like my motion.
Well, when your turn, you can have a motion. It's not your turn.
All right.
So if we're gonna write a letter to that's the Bethlehem city that has that sewage plant, not Bethlehem Township. And they happen to accept leachate from this garbage dump that we're talking about, and they get paid for that. So if you're gonna shut that thing down, you better worry about where your precious garbage dump is what they're gonna do with their leachate. But here, and I live over there, and sometimes I see trucks going by, and but that wasn't a big problem. Then the flaring, I saw that, but you know what? If you're going to do away with the flaring, or it's going to go away, well, I can live with it. Even though my wife was very upset one day, she thought the house was on fire. But anyway, I get a kick out of some people would have us hire or have our policemen stationed over on Apple Butter Road and Lower Saucon Road and Island Park Road to catch these trucks. No problem spend that money for a policeman over there, but we don't want to spend a dime, send a letter to Bethlehem Township. Oh, we can't do that. Because that would be, that's too expensive, and we're involved in politics then. I mean, let's get it straight here. You know, some people here, this is how I see it, the past administration, they walked on water and they didn't even get their feet wet, according to some people here. But I got news for you. They did get their feet wet. In fact, they're so deep in the water that you need scuba gear. So that's where that's at.
Okay, anyone else like to comment? Mary Ann?
Just one thing to add to the discussion at the landfill committee meeting when the question about truck traffic came up. And I think, Victoria, you, in some of the notices that you had gotten from the community, they had mentioned like Schrin trucks, SES trucks, Swins trucks. And so we did have a conversation about how none of those trucks are coming to the Bethlehem landfill. To the extent that there has been a decrease in truck traffic, that's great. I don't know, I mean, our facility is always reminding the drivers that they have to use the designated haul routes, and we monitor that. If people see a truck and they think that they're violating the haul route, please, call our facility, give us the license number of the truck if you can get it. That's the best way that we can monitor it. But with respect to the specific complaints that you had gotten, I think that we had clarified that the ones that you had mentioned were not coming to our facility.
I think some of them weren't, some of them were. I
think it was Schrin and Swint and
Again, Victoria was wrong.
Whitetail, I don't know the name. It's white.
I think it was sorry, I'm just pulling this up on my phone.
God, I can't wait till you depose her.
But in any event, I'm glad there's been a decrease.
Yeah, I just
we take
wanted
that
to
very
say
seriously.
thank you. If you had reached out to your customers, if I want to call the customers, that's all was to thank you.
Yes,
It
no, you're
wasn't-
welcome, and we are always emphasizing to them the requirement that they follow those designated haul routes. We're sensitive to that issue because we know the township is.
Thank you so much.
I'm looking forward to that deposition. Mary Ann
Okay,
versus
anybody
Victoria.
else?
That deposition is gonna be great.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I would suggest, I actually would just want to say, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some Bethlehem Township people at a landfill meeting, since, of course, we know the second largest employer of the valley is in Bethlehem Township, and they are taking up the land with their buildings, and they will be building that hospital bigger. That's their intention, which is probably why they're fighting the landfill to begin with. So things are behind the scenes aren't always the way they appear in public. That's how it is. I don't see why that our township, regardless of money, I think it's a principle, why our township would be sending a letter and apologizing for the Bethlehem landfill. Like, why are we sending letters to other townships groveling and saying, we're so sorry that our Bethlehem landfill is upsetting you? That seems ridiculous, to be honest. Everybody's an adult. Everybody makes garbage, like I said. It might not be our garbage in that landfill, but our garbage is going somewhere else.
Just a point of
Do you know what I mean?
clarification, the letter was
Don't
not to say
interrupt.
sorry.
Don't interrupt.
There was no,
Okay.
the word sorry was not in any
Okay.
motion or any.
Well,
part of the
that was
letter
my
that I suggested.
exaggeration. That was my intentional exaggeration of, what are we saying in the letter? Like, what are you saying in the letter? Oh, if you don't like the landfill, call this number. Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to be, funny about it, because it's kind of funny.
It's a good point.
It's kind of ridiculous, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, but apologizing for private industry in your township is it's just ridiculous to me. Again, I have to say, I don't live by the landfill, so I can't say, but it sounds like these people, and I've heard this before, and actually Mary Ann brought this up a long time ago when I was here, is that they did have an issue with the pipeline. And it wasn't their fault, it was the pipeline of the receiving company that's getting the gas, that they had a problem and they had to delay something. So they're telling you, okay, we're sorry, we're sorry we had to do the flare, but this is a temporary situation. And everybody understands it. I am surprised that nobody on this council has ever done research on waste to energy. I'm very shocked by it. Anyway, again, our innovation in this country is key, and we have innovators here in the room. And if some people in this township could actually get out of the township and, I don't know, go elsewhere and figure things are being done differently elsewhere. It's not like a new technology that they're bringing to our township. It's might be safe, it might be dangerous, but we have pipelines all over the world in the country. They don't blow up every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, if not, is there a motion? There was a motion. Can we have a roll call? Sorry.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Ms. Altoth Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
No.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Bonona's absent.
Okay, so that's the first motion. There was a second one?
Yeah, there was a second one. It was just to send a letter. Sorry, I lost my train of thought on where that second letter was going, but
Right of the Northern Realignment.
oh yes. It was to the Bethlehem landfill, copied the DEP, just questioning if they had built up any dirt since May, I think, when they did their aerial measurement for the vertical height of their disposal area, to confirm that it's still within the 725, and if they would be able to do that again since they started their construction disposal in the Northern Realignment. So that was the second letter. So that's my motion to send that letter.
I'll second that.
I just want to say also, point of clarification, or I want to thank Mr. Bland for bringing up the city of Bethlehem, because during the Bethlehem landfill committee meeting, I had asked Kathy to send a letter to the city of Bethlehem. Thank you for reminding me that I asked for that too, to confirm they have what's called an industrial waste permit, which allows them to accept, or allows Bethlehem landfill to send the leachate to the wastewater treatment plant, and they renewed their permit, and I believe that was done recently. So I asked that we asked the city of Bethlehem for a copy of the new permit. And then also in conjunction with that, there is new PFAS reporting that I believe happens twice a year. And so part of that was to request that we receive the PFAS reports that the city of Bethlehem receives as part of their industrial waste permit. So thank you, Mr. Bland. We do have letters going to the city of Bethlehem also.
Can we send
But
one?
we'll do this letter first. This is the second motion.
Can we send one regarding the waste they dump into the Lehigh River?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, sewage in the Lehigh River. Can we send one on that too?
You can, yeah, go right ahead. Will you make the motion?
I'll make the motion. Will you second it?
We have a motion on the floor. Do you not know protocol?
Yes, yes,
Sorry,
yes.
okay.
I'm making
I
a
don't
motion.
think so. So, Tom, you have any questions for Victoria or for the motion?
Victoria, why would I have a question for Victoria? No.
Her motion is what I want to say. Comments, questions,
No.
comments?
No.
Okay, I don't. Victoria, did you have anything else to add?
Nope.
Laura?
No.
Okay, anybody in the audience?
I actually, you stole a little bit of my thunder, Victoria, because during public comment at the end of the meeting, I was just going to let the township know and make the announcement that our on-site PFAS treatment plant, leachate treatment plant, is now officially up and running and became fully operational on July 1st. And so, yes, we did get our renewed industrial wastewater discharge permit from the City of Bethlehem POTW. We need to report sampling results for both influent and effluent in our twice a year monitoring reports. And just for those of you who don't know what PFAS are, they're many group of man-made chemicals that are manufactured for use in a wide range of commercial and consumer products. The landfill has been paying close attention to this issue of PFAS, not because we manufacture PFAS or because we use PFAS, but because PFAS are ubiquitous in consumer waste streams. We receive waste at the landfill. And so, our company, Waste Connections, has taken it upon itself to proactively contract with a company called the Water and Carbon Group to do an on-site PFAS treatment facility, even though that's not required by any regulation, but we wanted to get out in front of this issue. And so we're very pleased that the plant became fully operational on July 1st. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, anybody?
I just think of the past debate where one debater said to the other, I have no idea what you said. And that's in reference to you, Victoria, what you just said. What I was referring to is something completely different. So I guess that went over your head. And yes, I knew about these PFAS. Are you aware of that, by the way, Laura Ray?
She's not aware of anything. She won't answer
Questions.
She won't answer.
She doesn't want to part.
PFAS, okay?
Oh, good.
I know about a lot of things.
Like you were asleep there. I wasn't quite sure.
To tell everybody everything.
I'll tell you, I don't get paid a nickel for coming here. Yeah, I am retired, but darn it, I got things I'd much rather do. And it seems to me, when I listen to certain people on this council, I just wonder if they even went to high school. But anyhow.
This discussion is on the height of the landfill, am I not?
It's the second letter
Which was
about the height of the landfill.
Right, so the comments are.
Oh, I think that's a good thing. I'm sure they measure it. It is so easy to do. And if you've ever, oh by God, if you've ever taken surveying, you can do that in a heartbeat. Of course, they probably have drones, although some of our most sophisticated people don't have drones. But these people are, very sophisticated. So they have things. So they can measure those. Just like they measure the amount of tonnage that comes in every day. And they know which trucks come in and go out. And so if you don't know which trucks that you're looking for, which they do, then you really ought to try to find out before you accuse them of having trucks that are not theirs.
Okay, again, we're talking about the height of the landfill,
That's what I'm talking about. The trucks bring the garbage.
Come on.
And the garbage gets higher and higher. And they monitor it. And they know exactly what it is. That is a landfill issue.
I don't see it that way.
You don't see the height of the landfill is not being monitored, is not a situation?
Not what I said.
I think it really is.
That's not what I said.
They monitor it, and they know the amount and the volume that comes in. It's just like you were asking this fella about how many homes will it heat? Well, they don't
I
deal
didn't
in
ask that
homes.
question.
Well, somebody up here
I
did.
didn't, so
And
get
the
it
answer
right.
is it's in cubic feet, but I guess nobody ever took Science 101. All right, so the bottom line is, yeah, PFAS, they're already ahead of it, and that's something, you haven't thought about
We're not
yet.
talking about that. We're talking about the height of the landfill.
Just don't interrupt him.
Yeah,
It's
well,
public
I'm
comment.
trying to
No,
talk
it's
about
height of the landfill. Get it?
It's landfill.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna write a letter to them and have them monitor the height of the landfill. Because why? Because you don't want it to be over the height? Obviously, neither do they. They could lose their license, God only knows what. This is not a bunch of rinky-dink amateurs sitting here behind me. And I guess you're gonna find that out when they yank into in front of a judge. And you continually harass them. And you think it's funny. You look at you laughing at it. I don't think it's funny. I think it's really serious. And I think the community's gonna find it that way too. And you could take these questions to, I am sure, to Ms. Garber anytime and say, gee, do you monitor the height? Oh, you do? And take her for her word. I trust her. I'm not sure it's true the other way around.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Aptoff Cordero?
You're gonna go?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Bononis absent.
And I don't know whether it's appropriate with the letters to the city of Bethlehem, whether you want a motion on that. I did direct it during the landfill committee meeting. I'm happy to
You don't
do.
need another one. What you directed her?
During the landfill committee meeting to request from the city of Bethlehem the updated industrial waste permit and the reporting on PFAS.
So was that letter sent?
I directed her then, but I don't know procedurally whether it's appropriate.
Something's coming from
for us
council
to
or
make a
township.
formal
It
motion
should be
about it.
voted on. What's going on here?
Okay, so it should come from okay.
What's going on here? If it's signed by council, it should be brought up at a public meeting and discussed.
Here you go. That's why we're discussing it.
Well, but it was already sent? Did you already send it?
No.
That's why I'm asking.
If it's on township letterhead, it should really come from council.
Okay, so she's making.
So that's my third motion.
I'll second it.
I want to know why you feel like you can direct a letter to be written on behalf of council at a landfill meeting without bringing it up.
She
Bring
meant
it
it.
up right now. But she wasn't going to. She was just reminded of it by Ms. Garber. She just admitted she was reminded of it by Ms. Garber.
Yeah, and there was no letter sent. So there wouldn't be a letter sent unless I made the motion now. We're back, we're going around in circles. Let's
Tom,
pay
any other
attention.
discussion?
Follow the circle.
I want to make a motion to.
You can't make a motion, there's a motion on the floor. Protocol, don't you understand? I'm really disappointed.
Priscilla, did you second that motion?
I did.
All right, comments or no?
No, I'll make my motions later.
All right.
Okay, I have no, Victoria, did you have anything else?
No, it's pretty clear.
No.
Okay, anybody in the audience? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero?
Yes, and just to be clear, we have a council member who doesn't think it's appropriate for our township to receive the industrial waste permit that deals with the leachate coming from the landfill, or to get any of the water reporting on the PFAS. He just voted no to obtain relevant information that would help our township council. So again, another example of just voting no for the sake of voting no without any respect or concern for the residents. Obstruction, obstruction, and that's it.
So I'm going to respond to that.
I vote yes.
I'm going to respond to that because that isn't an attack. And no, I don't believe we should be badgering a company for no reason whatsoever. The permit was issued, you know it was issued. Bethlehem has it, Bethlehem issued it. There's no reason to badge them. Does the host municipal inspection agreement require them to turn over the permit? If it does, then they turn it over. If it doesn't, stop badgering them.
Who negotiated that new?
I think we're done with this
I
agenda.
think Link
Yes.
Treadwell did.
Motion passes 3-1, Mr. Bononis absent.
Cut it off when she
So
starts. But
next-
you should judge silence when I'm being cut off.
Next item, we have authorized payments
You wonder why I say what I say
to
about it.
CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field project. The
I wanted to make my you said I can make my motions about the, about Bethlehem and the waste, treatment
Is it
facility.
regarding-
You told me I could do that after you said I couldn't make it then,
Are
and
you
now you've moved on.
about
Now you've
H?
moved on.
You didn't make it then.
I did, I made it 3 times and you cut me off.
So go ahead, now make it
All right,
again.
I want to make a motion that we send a letter to the Bethlehem Waste sewage treatment plant that asking them to please stop sending sewage to in the Lehigh River. Now I make a motion. Now let's see if there's a second.
I'll
No, I
second
don't.
it.
Okay.
No, I'll second it. But
Can I just make a suggestion that instead of sending it to the wastewater treatment plant, you send it to the city of Bethlehem and maybe indicate the more specific parameters that when they have the water discharge?
Send it to both, because it's my understanding aren't they an independent authority?
No.
Okay.
No, where's the information?
Well, our authority is somewhat
You
independent.
knew everything.
But I didn't. I never said I knew everything.
This, I mean.
I never said, I said that I don't want them doing that. So, all right, they made a motion, and there's a second. Now, you can comment if you want, Victoria.
Okay,
I don't care what you say.
any other comments, Tom? I don't have any
No,
other
I don't
comments.
comment. I made my
Victoria?
motion.
Do you have any other comments?
No, their suggestion
Right,
is that we
right.
refer to the,
I'll change my motion to.
well, I think it was
send
his
to the city.
motion, he has to
Right, you have
change it.
to-
Change it. I'll amend it.
With the fact that it's like when they have rain events over 2 inches. And for clarification, I think I'm the one that brought that to the landfill committee meeting back in 2023. No, it was real, it's still a
Don't
complaint.
interrupt, sir. It's not for you to talk. Don't interrupt.
It's a real thing.
Sit down, don't interrupt.
Just make sure that we have that specific information referring to the, it's
You're running
a,
the meeting. She's not.
it's a notice that they put in the
interrupts it all the
newspaper, letting people know that they're discharged, that there could be a discharge when there's water over 2 inches, and that you can't swim in the Lehigh River or fish or do things for like a period of 24 hours after the rain event. So we could express our displeasure with that, with them doing that, and ask them not to do it.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm sorry, Laura?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any more comments to that.
Okay, so open up to the floor. Anybody in the audience?
Sure, I'll speak to it. I think you darn well ought to do it. What we hear about is all the yakety yak about the landfill smelling. When you drive by the sewage facility, yeah, it stinks to high heaven. It always has. So if you want to play politics, play it both ways. Send a letter off demanding they curtail it and stop it right away. And by the way, I see they do have a flare too. Nobody talks about that. And I disagree with you, and I will take that cut of the film and show it to you in this council if I'm allowed. You made that statement unknowing that I was sitting there. That was the statement where you, for 30 minutes, harangued the landfill committee. 30 minutes or more. And when I got up to speak, there was one other person there. I got up to say something, and you jumped up in front of me here and wouldn't let me talk. All right? You disagree with that, huh? Okay. And by the way, Mr. Caduzian, I don't think you're running the meeting.
Yeah, be quiet, unless you're spoken
At least I got your attention. I believe it's Priscilla, unless you've taken this over.
He's our solicitor, and he can offer advice at any time that he wants.
When solicited.
No.
When solicited.
That's how you may run the meeting. I don't run my meetings that way.
Well, you should.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Well, no, don't be sorry. Just correct it. All right?
If
If he's got something to say, he can say it to you, and you can say it to me, just like I address you.
Nope, that's not how it works. But that's okay.
She said 100 times, address the chair, and you're not the chair. She says, address the president. Right.
The way it works.
I mean, who am I talking to? I'm talking to you.
You've never been a solicitor in your life.
Sadly, you don't.
Ray, like, wake up, but
Okay, enough badgering here tonight.
All right.
Okay, let's
You
get
say what?
going. For badgering people, okay? You shouldn't
I'm
be
not
talking
badgering
about
people.
Laura.
I already said that I believe Victoria Optoff-Cadero is endlessly badgering the landfill.
Okay, so that's your opinion. Okay,
Yes, it is,
so-
and it's borne out by her
Anybody-
speaking.
Okay,
You're allowed to stand there and give your opinion. Public
absolutely.
is, right? All right, so
Absolutely.
why do
I
you,
agree with
I don't
that.
understand why you're saying that
Time
that's
for a
your
vote.
opinion.
Anybody else like to speak? Anybody? Now, let's have a roll call.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Bonona is absent.
Okay, so it's almost 10:30, so let's try to make this as quickly as possible here. Authorize payments to CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field project. A lot of this stuff is just routine stuff. The township received the following requests for payment from CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field project. These payments requests have been reviewed by Hanover Engineering, and they are recommending payment. So number 1 is request for payment number 8 from bid number 1 in the amount of $544,671.09. And number 2 is request for payment number 3 from bid number 2 in the amount of $108,477. So, I'll make a motion to approve, the payments. Would there be a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Tom. And did you have any other comments, Tom?
Yeah, that the field seems like it's coming along. I've talked to people with the Hellertown, Lower Saucon baseball community. They're excited about it. And should be a great asset for our community.
Okay, I have no other comments. Victoria?
I don't have any other comment.
Okay, Laura?
No, I have no comments. This is just routine
Okay,
bill.
audience? Oh, we have 2 people. Who's there first? Bobby.
You guys are gonna get invoices from Lynn Hill.
Bob Kemmer, Steel City. Yeah, I have a thing that this ball field was brought about back in August of 2023 by Jason Badonis. And it was given a price tag of $1.9 million to overhaul the baseball field. I've been out there. They did more than overhaul it. The only thing that's left out there is the dirt. Then in January of this year, the price has gone up to $3.3 million. And now it's for a total overhaul price tag. Where are we at now, price-wise? As a taxpayer, I think we should know the taxpayer. You're always worried about the taxpayers.
Yeah.
Well, tell us, what's the price now?
What are we up to now, Kathy?
I do not have that right in front of me at the moment, but
Biden-Harris inflation,
I think it's on the website. Isn't it on the website?
I think we're over
It was like
3.5-ish.
3.4, 3.5,
January.
not including our engineering costs. So it's
And
more than
there's
that.
no water out there yet. There's no restroom facilities. And I can't believe you guys are gonna put this beautiful ball field out to the public with Job Johnnies all around.
Yeah.
So now we're looking at how many more hundreds of thousands?
What are you talking about?
You worry about taxpayers' money only when it counts in your
No,
favor.
this is a great asset. This is a field that'll last 50, 60, 70 years.
And it be used 6 months out of the year.
No,
Don't play
they
baseball in the winter.
Well, but they play it in the fall, they play it in the spring, and they play it in the summer.
6 months out of the year,
There's
at
no,
best.
not.
By maybe
Okay,
a couple
let's
hundred
not
kids.
argue with the resident, okay?
Well, he's arguing with me.
Well, then.
He's
both
asking a
of you
question. He
stop
said,
it.
how many months will it be used? And I said 8
Months out of the year.
I think 8.
Okay,
Heck of an
we're
investment
arguing
for 6
here.
months' work.
Still worth it. Still worth it. Great asset.
Please do not argue,
Beautiful field.
okay?
Go watch a game. It'll relax you.
How you can, I don't know how Tom can be with a straight face and act so cavalier about spending $3.5 million, and that doesn't include an engineering cost. And by the way, you didn't add in the portage johns you're going to have to use, right? So we got this classic field with portage johns. I mean, who dreamed that up?
Well, if
You
you
guys must have been really dreaming.
If you looked at
That's a, you
Land
sleep a
Hill.
lot. That's a, you were probably sleeping when that was going on, right?
No, I
Is it right?
I
You were
was
probably sleeping when
wide
you
awake
injured
for this one.
place, right?
But, yeah, if you listen to Kathy and
There's
and
no,
Lynn
there's no
Hill,
bathrooms there.
$33 million we have, we spent, that's after we spend about $3 million on the baseball field, a great baseball field.
I hope it's great for that kind of money.
Our residents will use for the next 50, 60, 70 years.
How about, can we go use your bathrooms at your house when we gotta go to the bathroom? What do you
It's
think?
not that close, and
What do
I
you
don't know
think?
if I want you at my house.
Yeah, I'll go there. I'll try to keep it
Pond's
straight there.
better for you and not a shower. But
You're being
the thing is,
disrespectful.
I think that his just cavalier attitude about spending $3.5 million, not including engineering costs,
It's an
plus
investment.
we'll have a porta-john, cost for the rest of eternity. And I think
you're too good to use a porta-john? I guess you're too good to use a porta-john.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, it's a great, beautiful. I have no regrets whatsoever. I would vote for it again.
We're not fighting.
We're already in Lower Saucon.
You guys are talking over each other and you can't do that.
I have the floor, and he just likes to
I
interrupt.
know, and
He's asking me questions.
Interrupts, that's what he does.
What am I supposed to do?
We should write a letter to him so that he knows not to interrupt. You should teach him the rules of the road here, don't interrupt.
Disorderly conduct.
A letter. Well, we did an email to this guy.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, can we have a roll call, please, on the payments?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Bennett is absent.
Okay, discussion and possible action regarding the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission survey. They requested a survey to be filled out by the township. The survey was requested so that Lehigh Valley Planning Commission could provide information on upcoming LVPC projects and how our municipality could be involved. The three areas specifically identified were the Climate Action Plan, LVPC Stormwater, Global Action 167, and the Regional Housing Attainability Strategy. Council will discuss the survey. Who wants to go? I put this on, Victoria, all three of us wanted this on the agenda.
I think initially we had the survey come out and I got reminded that there was the survey, so I completed the survey and I had the request embedded in the survey that we appoint people. So I think that was just the starting point of it.
Right, and I wanted it because I would support the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission training sessions that they had, and I wanted to make sure the township would share that with our appointed officials, and us, because they're good things. So that's why I wanted it. So so then the next item is for the appointments, correct?
Well, let's see, but what if somebody has a comment about the climate action plan, or the planning survey?
There's no motion.
There's no motion.
No motion.
It's discussion.
Well,
So the public doesn't get to discuss it?
No,
Just,
they don't.
it's just, okay.
Okay.
So you really don't like
So-
public discussion?
Is there any action on this agenda item, or we can move on to the next one?
Just a point of clarification, I think there were 3 different committees, they were looking for appointees. So the next item on the agenda addresses 2 of the 3 committees, but not the housing committee.
Right.
So I thought might be, if we can, to ask our planning commission if they'd be interested in participating. I can read what they're looking for. Just give me 1 second.
Why don't we need a motion for this planning survey, to fill the survey out?
Because we already did, and it was already submitted,
So why didn't that come before council first?
because it was within the time period in between meetings, right?
Yeah, the planning commission didn't meet. They didn't have a meeting. So there was no way to have them comment about it, but they're looking for an appointee from the township to participate in a committee, and I think it was to meet no more than 3 times through the fall of 2025. So the appointee would be participating in this committee. I'm just gonna try to find the actual, description so that everybody can hear it. Just 1 second. I think we don't have that as part of the backup documents, do we?
It's $9 a minute or something, Lynn Hill says. Let's find this thing.
Wait, can you put that back up?
That's the 167 one. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I got it. Sorry.
$9 a minute.
Housing strategy. The LVPC will be partnering with the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia and the Urban Land Institute to develop a regional housing supply and attainability strategy. This business plan is intended to outline the amount, location, and price points needed for a stable housing market. In addition to school districts, financial institutions, realtors, developers, and other housing experts, we are requesting a municipal representative to be part of a focus group specifically on local government issues and opportunities for housing. The strategy will be completed by fall 2025, and the time commitment is limited to 3 two-hour meetings. So the motion would be to, I don't even know if we need a motion, but we just like the planning commission to review this and see if any people are interested and come back to us with interested people so that we can appoint them
Right, so
at
we
our
don't
next
need a
meeting.
motion.
I believe you need a motion, I don't think,
Yeah.
for that.
Direction.
It's just a direct one. So that's it.
So appointing representatives. So so is that the climate action plan and the Acts 167?
No, those are two other committees.
Two other committees?
Yes, this is that housing and urban one.
So that's with the other agenda item?
That's the other agenda
Okay.
item.
It's the same agenda item, it's just.
All right, so, so the next one's discussion and possible action for appointing representatives to participate on LVPC's planning committees for climate action plan and Act 167 stormwater. So what does council want to do with that?
So I can speak to this one. So we did discuss this at our EAC meeting. We became aware of it probably shortly before our meeting, that the Planning Commission was forming these committees. It's sort of phase 2 of their projects for making these various plans. So the climate action, I can read through, but this was in the packet. I don't think I really need to read it. So they're having a climate action committee. We discussed at EAC. We had several people interested. We made a motion to appoint Alan Johnson to be representative on this committee. We also have 2 backup people that were also interested. That would be Russ Sutton and Chad Heimbecker. So they were both interested in serving on this. And then also for the stormwater management on the Act 167 stormwater regulations, the same group of people were interested in supporting that effort and attending the meetings with LVPC. So I would make a motion that we appoint them as our representatives for the township.
Who?
I'll second that.
Who?
She
Okay,
just
it
said
was
the names.
Alan Johnson
Yeah.
and Russ Sutton and Chad Heimbecker.
Chad and Alan. All right, when's my turn to comment?
We have a motion on the floor. Was there a second?
I had seconded.
You did second it? Okay. Laura and Victoria. So you're next, Tom, to talk about it.
So Sutton, he's cutting down trees up there.
No, he did not cut down any trees.
And he's cutting down trees up there on his property. And Priscilla doesn't have a problem with that because he's a supporter. Everybody else cuts down a tree up there in Steel City. She goes, but Alan, I've served with Alan on EAC. He's a good, solid pick. I don't really know Chad. But Russ, I object to Russ. So I want to vote against Russ before Alan and for Chad.
Okay, so I'm going next, and I just want to say that Russ was totally against the logging operations that were happening, and not on his property, across the street and up behind my house.
He cut down trees on his property.
No, Russ
Yes, he
did
did.
not.
Yes, he did. We'll ask him next time he comes. He did.
And, well, anyway, I'm not gonna argue.
Right, he's against everybody else logging, but
Because
when he
I
does.
know, I'm right.
Did not clear cut log anything on his
Yeah,
property.
yeah, he did.
So I know I'm right. Okay, Victoria?
That's what I heard.
I'm thankful to the volunteers,
Right.
committees to
Laura?
Participate.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I don't have
you
anything
made the
additional to
motion.
say. I mean,
Okay, anybody in the audience?
it's great that we have people willing to serve on these.
Right.
So, let's see here, we're gonna be dealing, and it really bothers me that in the packet, what did I get? I don't get a packet like you guys. Oh, Dave Boulian, by the way. I get Stormwater Management Act 167. Can somebody, council member, tell me exactly what that is? And also what NPDES is? And also what MP4 is? Do any of you know what that is? Do you know what you're dealing with? And then somebody said something about housing? What are we covering here? Are we covering the environment, housing, or what? It's not quite clear to me what you're doing because you have too many words going into it like a vice president I know, all right? So I'd like to have those. We have a climate action thing, which you sent out as an addendum, and you have a Stormwater Management Act 167, which, by the way, covers a multitude of things, including, I'm sorry, I know it's getting late, Priscilla. You think we're stupid, don't you? Well, we're not.
I'm looking down at my notes on my paper.
Looking up at the clock.
Well,
I'm
yes, I wanted
sorry.
to see if your time.
The bottom line is, I don't know anything about these. They're not here, and yet you want to send people there to say, okay, we're going to do it, and they probably have no idea what MP4 is. They have no idea what NPDES is. They've never dealt with those things, and yet you're going to send them. I got a problem with that. And I know that Kathy makes up the agenda, but she does it in concert with you, Priscilla. And if you can't include things in there, how the blazes do you expect the public just to swallow this stuff? Because that's what it is. And as soon as you say yes, the other two hands go up and it's a fait accompli. And the public, yeah, they don't care. They don't read this stuff. They don't print it out. Both sides, oh yeah, I see we have climate action plan, was made by a motion by Duran or something and seconded by Laura, and the next one was made by Laura and seconded by him. Well, what is it? How about telling us? Or don't you want us to know? Or don't you care? I hear crickets.
Yep. They don't want you to know.
So just, you know what? Just go vote on it in a back room somewhere. That's how we're getting the next whatever. I won't get on that.
They tried that with the landfill changing size. They voted
I
it
know.
back there, never came out saying anything about it.
Well, landfill, believe me.
They did. Don't give any ideas. This guy let them do it back.
So can we have some more information on that? Or somebody who can speak about these various serious things? The last guy I heard speak about it was running for president, and he said, climate change, my gosh, New York's gonna be underwater in 5 years or 10 years. And that was like 30 years ago. Yeah. And they're all flying around in jets. So I don't wanna hear this without some kind of really solid backup to it. These harebrained schemes. Let's send people off to meetings and have a good time. No, I don't agree with that. And I think you should have to give Laura Ray, especially you're supposed to be the EAC person. Let's hear from you what this is. And I mean in detail. I don't mean, oh, we had a good time, we all met together. And
Go on to the LBPC website and you can read about
I
it.
can go to it. But you want me to go do all your research? Is that what it is? And I want to see that survey that was filled out. Where is that? I heard, oh, well, we didn't have time, so we just filled it out. So we don't need a permission now. It's all done. It's under the carpet. Yep. How about that, folks? If anybody's watching, you like that? That's the kind of government we're running here now.
No transparency, cover up.
Yeah. There's, didn't we tell you? We redefined transparency. It's 1984, if you ever read the book. Sorry, I do get a little emotional, and that's why, because it's all this talk and no action.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, the survey was done by the administration, which is their job. And Kathy, do I work in concert with setting the agenda? That's your job as manager under the code.
Correct.
Now, Kathy, when you filled out that survey, did you show it to
I
him?
did not fill
Who
out that
filled it out?
survey.
Who did?
There you go.
Who did?
Who did?
I sent the survey out to everyone on the zoning hearing board, everyone on the planning commission, and everyone on council, as directed. When I got the email, and I was asked by the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission to fill it out under the circumstances where I did not get authorization from all of council as to what the position was on these topics, I deferred and sent it to everyone because I wasn't going to take the responsibility of answering on behalf of council without bringing it back to council.
I was on
because
vacation.
They all filled it out themselves.
They might have.
They might have.
And my understanding is that most of the information that you would get from that survey, you had to log in or start filling out the application and answering the questions before they gave you most of the information that was provided to you.
Honest answer. Thank you.
So we don't know.
And we did look on the website to try to put as much information on there as we could, and we could not find it on the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission.
It's up to you to put it on the website. I think it's up to her, Laura Ray, if it's going to be climate. And I think it's up to Oplof-Cadera if it's going to be housing. And I have no idea yet which.
You know what? Public comment is over.
We have a motion, everyone's commented.
Everybody, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Oplof-Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No. Oh, no, I want Alan and I want Chad, no Russ Sutton. Go get him, Alan.
Well, the motion includes all three of them.
Well, I made my motion. I'm not.
Then your vote's a no.
I vote yes for Alan. I vote yes for Chad. I vote no on Russ Sutton. Yeah, you can speak.
No.
No, we're done. We're done with public comment.
Ms. Ray?
He was trying to speak a couple times.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He was waving to come up.
Come on up.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you waving. I'll make an exception. Alan, you just need to stand up and go to the platform or the podium.
Thank you for appointing me to be your
You sit down here and talk. Sit down. Fall down.
Lehigh Valley Planning Commission.
Yeah, put the microphone down so we can hear you, please.
On the climate action thing.
State your name.
So let me read this, and then you'll know, and so will you know what's going on here. This is from their website. The Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Overview. 2022 Inflation Reduction Act authorized the United States Environmental Protection Agency to allocate funding to states, local governments, tribes, and territories under the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program to develop and implement climate action plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other harmful air pollutants. Many of the largest metropolitan areas in the United States received fundings from the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program, including the Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton Metropolitan Statistic Area, for which the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission is the lead organization and official planning commission of Lehigh and Northampton counties. The planning grant provides $1 million for over a 4-year period for the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission to use the Climate to use for climate action planning. The Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program consists of 3 phases. Priority Climate Action Plan, which has been completed. Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, which is the one they're going to start working on. And the Plan, Progress, and Monitoring. This plan is deliverable. This plan is the deliverable for the Priority Climate Action Plan, which is focused on an emissions sector of highest priority. With the completion of the Priority Climate Action Plan, the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission will then develop a comprehensive climate action plan, which covers all major emission sectors within the region. That's Lehigh and Northampton County. Following adoption of the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission will monitor progress on the planned strategies, which is the 3rd phase of the program. In addition to the planning grant funds allocated to the metropolitan areas, the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program also offers approximately $4.6 billion in competitive implementation grants. Completion of the Priority Climate Action Plan opens access to apply for this larger pool of funding. So that's what's going on right now as far as climate action goes at the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, and that's what I'm thankful that you approved me to be your climate action person from the Environmental Advisory Council. Now, as far as the Act 167 goes, I don't think you should, I think you should, that's the word I'm trying to think of, appoint Brian Cucker, because that's a deeply engineering thing. It's not, it's gone on, the Act 67 has been on, I think they developed it like in 1978. So it's been going on for years. It's gone through several updates. And he must be, he's been here a long time. He must be involved with the prior Act 67 updates that were done in the past. I read a little bit about it because Laura mentioned that. So the amazing thing about that is, I don't know if you know this or not, the Act 67 that they're talking about, it is a stormwater action plan, what to do with the stormwater. But it's based on the watershed, not the township. It's based on the Saucon Creek watershed.
Saucon Creek watershed, right.
Huge.
Right.
Well, you're going to have Bethlehem involved, Hellertown involved, Lower Saucon involved, Upper Saucon Township, and Limeport. Where's Limeport?
It's next to Upper Saucon.
That Upper Saucon? So I think that, it's going to be a very complicated thing. And I don't know how you handled it in the past, actually. I don't remember. What they do, from what I understand, after they go through this update, they write a ordinance, a suggested ordinance or something like that. And they ask you to keep it, to input it in your saldo and in your zoning. That covered a lot of territory. I don't think a couple of guys from the EAC, I mean, we can go to the meetings if that's all you want, but I don't think we should be your representative on that. That's what I have to say.
Thanks. Thanks, Alan. Thanks for being willing to serve.
Thank you. Okay.
Anybody can go to these meetings.
Right.
We have on our planning commission, says that a million times in their data. Anybody can go, everybody's invited.
Okay, so, we did the motion.
Yeah, let's do the roll call again. Let's start from the top.
Ms. Atat Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
Yes to Alan and Chad, no on Russ Sutton.
That's a no.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1, modified. Mr. Quinones absent.
Okay, so next we have discussion and possible action on promoting upcoming EAC events via postcard mailing. EAC is requesting to send out a postcard mailer promoting their upcoming events at an expense not to exceed $2,500. Laura?
Sure. So during our meeting, we had discussion on how we can better promote some of the things that we have coming up. And a suggestion was made that possibly we should do a mailer, a postcard. We would also like to get into the newsletter, but it's never quite sure when exactly that's coming out. So if we did a postcard, we could have, know that it gets out in a timely manner. The events that we have coming up that we want to make people aware of is the landfill cleanup date, they called it, which is the free day that we're going to have the first Saturday of October. We're also working on an electronics recycling, which will be October 28th, and also a tire recycling program for September 14th. So we'd like to send out a mailer.
I'll second that.
Okay. Tom, discussion?
Yeah, I mean, this is more township money being used to promote anti-landfill thing. The landfill take everything day or whatever was in the previous newsletter. I'm sure we're gonna have your recycling events October 28th. I'm sure we're gonna have a newsletter out for October 28th, Kathy. It's currently July 24th.
We're targeting September, early September.
So we're gonna have it where that can be announced. And we haven't announced those events and postcards before, and we filled up trucks. So, I'm not sure. It's just again, a waste of taxpayer money. It's really meant to identify people who will support their anti-landfill agenda. And using taxpayer dollars to identify these people and promote that. The EAC has a website. They have access to the township website to promote these things. I'm not done yet. You're gonna tell her to stop interrupting me?
Well, I don't know. How does it feel?
You're not.
How does it feel?
I know. See, you're not. So, again, it's just more campaigning with taxpayer dollars by Ms. Ray this time. But I'm glad she said more than 12 words this meeting. All right. That's good.
Okay, I have nothing. I think it's a great idea. Victoria?
Of course you do.
I think it's wonderful that we inform our residents of the positive things that are happening, including those 3 items. So yeah, it's wonderful.
Okay, Laura, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I'll go back and make my point of clarification that the EAC does not have a website. We don't have a Facebook, and there's nothing on what we're promoting that is anti-landfill. It's we're promoting to use the landfill for the cleanup date, and then also 2 different recycling programs. So
there's an EAC tab on the township website. That's where that should be listed.
Okay, well, that's not a website.
Sure, it's a township website.
Very basic, minimal information. So put it there if somebody's I
think
think
you should put it there.
the website's in the process
the
of being
taxpayer
updated, so I
$2,500.
don't know where that stands
Save
with.
$2,500.
Okay, so,
Public comment.
okay, there's a motion on the floor. Anybody in the audience?
Want to let,
Your name
the,
for the record.
excuse me, Mary Ann Garber, I represent the Bethlehem Landfill, and we'll also be promoting the fall cleanup event of October 5th in our newsletter to the community.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else?
So let's understand, we're gonna get a new website and all that good stuff, and the EAC, Laura? The EAC doesn't have a little page on that. Why don't you try just asking, can we have our page? There's absolutely no reason you shouldn't have it. To announce your meetings and special things that you're doing, maybe put your video of your meetings there. I think it's a great idea. I don't think postcards are gonna do it. And by the way, we just heard, if you had asked Mary Ann, you would have found out, yeah, we're gonna put it in our newsletter too. And as Tom said, how about putting it in the township newsletter? I get them, I get the landfill, I go to the web all the time, the township web. Why do we have to spend $2,500 to do that? Maybe it's better spend $2,500 to have cameras to catch people who decide they're gonna dump tires just before we're gonna have a cleanup. I think I went through the cost of tire reclamation and gave the name to somebody who read off a whole bunch of them for $3 or $5. Take your tires there, unless you're talking about farm tires. Well, we do have a lot of farmers and farm tires. No, I can't see the kind of waste. I would be much more interested in you getting out there and planting trees and doing proactive things with that kind of money instead of sitting there and just sending out postcards and all, when you can put it on the web and change it at will and do all that. You have to be a little more creative and active. Get out there and do it. Don't just, people love to sit around and make plans and talk and do all that stuff, but when it actually comes time to do it, unlike our friend over here who sat down and he didn't have the information, so he went and looked up Act 167. Yeah, so did I, because somebody was not able to do that. They wanted to have a vote on it, they wanted to talk, but they weren't willing to go 10 feet to get it. So that's my say for it. And no, I don't think the taxpayer money should be going out for postcards when you have all of these other medias. Hey, you have all these Lehigh Valley Live. You can announce it in that. Every morning I hear on WAB what's coming up, what's on the calendar. Do that. You just want to sit back and crank this stuff through and send it out and have done with it. No, be more creative. Be an entrepreneur. Do what you should do. Use resources that are already available. And if you don't know what they are, send me a text and I'll send them to Tom and he'll send them to me. No, you don't have my address. Oh, well, just do it.
They just want taxpayers to pay for their propaganda.
Okay, anyone else?
Taxpayers to pay for it.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Apatow Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Bonona's absent.
Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on PPL outages in the township. Mrs. DeLeon will discuss.
Wait, just for I think we should pause for a second, because I think is another example of just leaving. Council members, we only have one council member here from Mr. Bonona's, Mr. Caroci, and now one is leaving.
Okay, so Mr. Caroci left the meeting at 11:05. Have the record reflect that, please. He didn't leave yet.
It's 11, I just that too on this.
Okay, so back to my PPL outages in the township. I received
Thanks for your service, Tom.
I received an email from a resident in the Wassergasse area, and this was probably maybe a month ago, and he happened to be a physician, and he was out of power for 56 hours. I think that's just unacceptable. And, you know, it was 56 hours. I was like shocked. So anyway, so I have concerns, not only for him, but for people that live, and I don't want to just, you know, center on Wassergast, but the whole township. You know, when the electric goes out, there's people on CPAP machines, they're on oxygen, and they're on other medical devices that they need, and they have no idea when the power's coming back on. So I'd like to either get together with a meeting with PPL officials.
What was this outage related to it? Like
No, it wasn't a
just
storm, it just happened. But
It's
then
just-
he says this isn't the first time.
like a rolling thing.
Yeah, he has, but, and I'm sorry, I left my email at home, so. But anyway, there were other instances, it wasn't just the one, but 56 hours at one time, that's long.
Unrelated to a natural event.
Right, right. So, so I don't know what would be better, sending a letter or having them come out and have a meeting with us.
I think the meeting is
I think
nicer.
a meeting. So I don't
More
think I need
collaborative.
a motion for that. Thank you, Kathy. Artisanal, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Structures LLC, release of final payment and enter into maintenance period, Heller Homestead Widow's House windows. Staff is requesting release of final payment to Artisanal Structures LLC in the amount of $31,560. Release of their performance and payment bonds conditional upon receiving required maintenance bond for a 12-month period for the window construction and installation at the Heller Homestead. Kathy, do we have an update?
I did he was out there at the site. Our Director of Public Works went out there. Today. The window in question was looked at, was not the correct one, but Mr. Rossich is firm in his belief after his conversation with him today that he will come out and fix that window. So if you want to make a motion to approve contingent upon that window being fixed, then
There's been
he
too
won't
many
be waiting
issues.
to the August meeting.
Right, this is too many issues. So I recommend voting no. And when he'll have to come
We
back.
can table this until the next meeting?
Table it till the next meeting. Do I need a motion to table?
You should, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, just to be safe, it's the better
Okay.
way to do it.
All right, so I'll make a motion to table.
Just so I'm clear, we're tabling because there's some outstanding issues with the window.
He did I don't want to be, I already started saying it.
There's issues with the window.
There's been issues with the window that's unacceptable, I guess would be a better word.
Okay.
And there's been other issues, so. All right, so I have a motion table. Is there a second?
I'll second a motion.
It's getting late, everybody.
Yeah.
So P and V, any other discussion, Laura? Anybody in the audience?
At one time, we had somebody from the council that was overseeing these things. Who does that now? Does anybody do that?
Overseeing what things?
Seeing the things like the Heller Homestead. I know we've spent a lot of money. Does anybody keep track of that?
The manager and the public works director. I don't know.
Was that a statement or sort of a question?
They're here on a day-to-day basis.
Okay.
And if there's issues, the manager takes care of it and the public
Okay.
works director.
All right, so you're going to table it. I think that's probably a good idea until the work is completed.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Caroci and Mr. Bononis absent.
Okay, resolution 57-2024, Norco Public Safety Grant Submission for AEDs in municipal parks. Resolution 57-2004 has been drafted to request authorization to submit a grant to purchase AEDs to be placed in specific parks listed below. This was submitted previously with Resolution 54-2023 under the Norco Hotel Tax Grant Program, which was denied. So we have the Heller Homestead, Polk Valley, Steel City, Town Hall, Southeastern, Reading Drive, Trailhead, and Lutz Franklin. So I'll make a motion to approve the resolution 57-2024. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Laura, and any other discussion? Anyone in the audience? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Alfalfa Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
Okay.
Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis absent.
Next, we have Resolution 58-2024, Northampton Lehigh Local Share Grant Submission for Fencing at Town Hall Park and Polk Valley Park. Resolution 58-2024 has been drafted to request authorization to submit a grant to replace the fencing. I'll make a motion to approve 58-2024. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Laura, any other discussion? Anyone in the audience? Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Alfalfa Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis absent.
Okay. Resolution 59-2024, Monroe County Local Share Grant Submission for Fencing Replacement at Town Hall Park and Polk Valley Park. Resolution 59-2024 has been drafted to request authorization to submit a grant replacing the fence at the Town Hall Complex and Polk Valley Park. I'll make that motion to approve 59-2024. Is there a second?
I'll second it again.
Okay. And any other discussion? Anyone in the audience? Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Alfalfa Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis absent.
Okay, Resolution 60-2024, Northampton County Local Share Grant Submission for Traffic Signal Video Detection System. So it's 6 traffic lights. So I'll make that motion to approve Resolution 60-2024. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Or Kathy, did you want to talk about this?
Yes, there was previous applications done for Public Works to remove the current loop detection system at our traffic signals and update them to a video camera detection system. We contacted a vendor that we typically use for our traffic signal maintenance, and they do have a product that can also incorporate police department usage for investigative purposes, so it would service both departments.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Is that, just to clarify, is that just for our maintenance on the traffic light, or is it like to detect people running through red lights?
No, it's not to detect or
That's what I
ticket
thought of.
anybody. It's more along the lines if a crime has taken place and you needed to identify a vehicle.
Okay.
Within a time frame.
But then the other component of it is just to for maintenance purposes?
It is.
Okay.
The loop detection system that would trigger off when right now the loop detection system's in the road, a car will go over the loop and it triggers a light to go red or green. This system will do it by camera.
We'll get
Okay.
the bicycle.
Any other discussion? Anyone in the audience?
Yeah. I had a question, Dave Willan. I had a question, because you're going to look at Resolution 61-2024, which will be the traffic signal video detection system. Are you coupling these together? Because I want to talk about one or the other. No. Nobody read it. Oh, boy.
No, they're the same, but they're different places where she's submitting them. So it's the same thing.
It's the same product,
application.
or it's the same application. We're applying in 2 different sources of funding.
All right, so nobody's going to make any statements about the literature that was sent out along with this? as a submission. The chief is not gonna do that.
Chief is not here. at the
Yeah, I know
moment.
he's
That's
not.
what that's
I
what-
wouldn't be here either.
that's
But I'm
the-
interested in this because it's important, and I think it's a really great thing.
That's the information that was provided by the vendor.
Yeah, and nobody's gonna talk about it, so we don't know about it. We don't know about all the lights it's gonna sit on and replace and everything. I'll tell you, Kathy, you're great, but the rest of these people, they look like deer in the headlights. They have no idea what we're talking about. And that's unforgettable. If I can sit there and read all this stuff and you can't, shame on you. Shame on me for whatever.
So we're on R, which is Resolution 60-2004. It's been moved and seconded. There's been public comment. There's no other public comment. May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce absent.
Okay, so next we have Resolution 61-2024, which is the Monroe Local Share Grant Submission for Traffic Signal Video Detection System. Kathy?
This is the same grant application. We're gonna be just applying for funding from two different sources.
Okay, I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, anybody in the audience? Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce absent.
Okay, next we have Resolution 62-2024, Transfer of Funds. It's been prepared for council to amend the 2024 budget to address the items reported in the semi-annual report. Kathy?
Yes, these resolutions are typically done for expenses that we're projecting to be over budget for the year. I did not add anything that we won't be at. You already are fully aware of the amount of money that we spent, such as the fire workers' comp. We know is over budget. We know what it was. We'll make the modifications in the next budget. These particular items, we're asking for additional funding. It could be more because we've reached the threshold as
What that plan
Ms.
is.
Hill and I had discussed earlier.
Right.
The one item I did want to bring to your attention is that I should have put on here, which I can bring back at the next meeting, is that planning contracting services, I would need to update that amount reflective of the contract that's the current zoning officer's team is doing. So we're still not spending the money out of the zoning officer's position. We're gonna leave that there until a zoning officer is hired, but I wanted to increase the funding under contracted services, which is more
Because they're a
appropriate
contractor, not an
than
employee.
not an employee. So it's more appropriate to put it there. And depending on who we hire for the zoning officer, there would be money in there for the rest of the year.
Okay.
Okay, next we have resolutions.
Wait, we need a motion
I
for
need a motion.
62.
Oh, wait. I turned my page too quickly. Wait, where's my paper? Okay, so 61-2024, and then the next is the transfer of funds.
62.
Right, which is 62-2024. So I'll make a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion? Anybody in the audience? May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Croce and Mr. Benonis absent.
Okay, then we have approval of the May 15th, 2024 council minutes. I'll make a motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second. I know that there were a couple questions about some of the verbiage in that May meeting. I think that was the really long one. I'm happy with the way it is. I think it's fine. People were talking, as is customary, unfortunately. I hope that we can move to a brighter day on that one. But I appreciate the transcriptionist, and I don't want to have any more time spent on reviewing it to just say two people were talking. So I second.
Right. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Anybody in the audience?
So my understanding was you're going to get new transcription software. Has that been installed? Does it work? Where are we with that?
We have it, we purchased it, it's working, the staff likes it, and the September, or excuse me, the June.
The June meeting was done, but
The-
it works very well, but it's not perfect because it can't transcribe verbatim what people are.
Yes.
So a lot of.
We still have to review all the minutes because there's back and forth. So, the new format, and then you'll see it in one of the, I think it's the June 19th minutes.
Yeah.
That we actually used it, and we're gonna use the format.
So
You'll be seeing
can-
it shortly.
Can you give me a guesstimate? For instance, if you have an hour's worth of discussion that's clear, how fast does it transcribe versus doing it the old way? Would you guess?
If I can give you an example, there's several people who, I'll give you the example of landfill. When I did the landfill meeting, when everyone is speaking at one time and someone's speaking very clearly, it transcribes quickly.
Yes.
There's just grammar that has to be correct.
Yeah, that's always true, and probably also any other scientific notation or whatever not. I think that's wonderful. That'll reduce the load. And now if you can just get the meetings so that they're run with one person talking, we'll be okay. Hey, give me the gavel. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Carucci, Mr. Bonanno is absent.
Okay, next we have approval of June financial reports. They're ready for council's review and approval. I'll make the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura, any other discussion? Anyone in the audience? May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carucci absent.
Okay, so, council and staff reports. Kathy?
I wanted to remind everyone that National Night Out is on August 6th from 5 to 8 at Town Hall Park. Chief has been working very diligently on it, and we're expecting to have a good night that night.
Right. Thank you for your sponsorship for the landfill.
Yeah, I just have a question before you get to the next thing. Are you looking for people to volunteer to help with, like, council or anything?
Staff will be doing the volunteer work, so.
Do you want, I'm just saying, I'm available if you need help, that's all.
I will let the chief know.
Yeah.
Friday night's movies in the park at Steel City was pretty successful. Everyone had a good time. The next one is at August 9th at Town Hall Park. If you haven't noticed already, Town Hall Park's playground equipment is currently being installed, and we're hoping that everything will be done before National Night Out. The Cherrywood paving project is scheduled for the last week of July and going into August. Hopefully, weather permitting, they'll get it done pretty quickly. I also wanted to advise everyone that Northampton County Hazardous Household Waste residential collection event is on August 28th at 8 a.m. You need to online pre-register. So we have that information on our website and on our Facebook, if anybody cares to have some household hazardous waste removed. And I also wanted to advise that Northampton County is having a senior farmers market voucher program that's eligible for county residents. It's available from June 4th to September 13th. So they'll give out vouchers. You have to go on their website to see how you would qualify. There is income restrictions, but you can contact Northampton County Area Agency on Aging for that. And on a personal note, I wanted to thank council for letting me sit in the seat and have a tenure. I won't be here next time. And I
Let's
hope I
let-
served you well.
You did, but let's hope this all works out.
I hope I served you well. I hope I served staff well, and more importantly, I hope I served the residents well. So, thank you for the opportunity.
We appreciate it. And also the staff that also pitched in and did that extra effort.
Yes.
We really appreciate that. So, I guess Victoria, reports?
I was able to go to the second movies in the park and I appreciated it. I thought it was really well done. Again, thank the staff that comes. Our staff go out after, the workday and they go and staff it and they provide lots of free stuff and goodies to really complement the movie. And especially this last time we had the police officers there and they provided some extra fun, and the movie was Zootopia, which was all about a detective, so I thought it was really cute. Anyway, so I want to thank the staff for that, and thank you, Kathy, for what you're doing and what you have done, and I look forward to continuing to work with you as hopefully just the Director of Public Finance and not just the acting manager also, although I've appreciated everything you did. Thank you, and the staff.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, so I'll just go through some of the other boards. So Parks and Recs did not meet in July. That was already like pre-planned at the beginning of the year that they don't meet in July. I don't know if that's an every year thing, but we'll talk about it next year. The EAC did meet. We're going to start a relook at the plastic bag ban in the township, and also possibly coordinating with Hellertown Borough on that. We had started looking at that a few years ago, and the state had a ban on bans, so that got put on hold, and we're resurrecting. We had a great presentation that the chair, Drew, gave to us on the hydrology and groundwater recharge in our township, and he explained why the ridges, especially in the eastern portion of our township, are so important to the groundwater recharge, and why we should look at special protections for those for our watershed areas. And then also we had our introductory meeting with our fire services consultant, Jerry Ozog. It was nice having somebody with so much experience. He had so many examples of everything and gave everybody a lot of things to think about. So it was mainly an introductory meeting, like I said, getting ideas on what everybody felt about what the biggest concerns the fire services have at this point, and we'll work on moving forward with some plans to overcome some of our hurdles that we have. And I think that's all my report.
Okay, I'll go next. First, I'd like to apologize to our residents for the blatant disregard of our Lower Saucon regulations and the code of conduct. Our residents deserve better. I also would like to say that I attended the Be Social event. I forget what day it was, but let's just say I'm not very good at axe throwing. So, but it was a great event, and I think hopefully they will do well and have another place for our residents to patronize and other people from around the area. Then I've had sadness here. Scott Nosek of Steel City died on Monday, July 22nd at his home. Scott was a longtime member of the Steel City Fire Company and serving as former assistant chief at one time. So he passed away on July 22nd. So condolences to his family. And solicitor?
Just a very brief update on some litigation. I know it's late. With regard to the Sunshine Act violation claim filed by the landfill that's scheduled for argument oral argument towards the end of August. We've had some discussions with regard to the library attorneys with regard to resolution, and I hope to report back shortly. And with regard to the case, with regard to the landfill and St. Luke's and so on, that was before the court earlier today. There's been some updates, but they haven't been finalized yet, and I anticipate updating Township Council when that happens. So nothing official to report, but I just want to give you some general ideas of where some of this is going.
Okay, thank you. And wait, I closed my paper too quickly. So if public comment on agenda items, there's a 5-minute time limit. Is there anyone that would like to speak on a non-agenda item? Did you? Okay, Alan, come to the podium. And I don't always see your hand, so I don't want to miss your. Just lower the microphone, please.
I want to mention that the climate pollution reduction grant timeline, the implementation grant application due April 1st, 2024. I think that's where, remember we wrote a letter to the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. They wanted to plant flowers and different things around Route 22.
No.
Yeah,
Wasn't that just recently?
I think that
we
was
supported that program.
Yeah, and
right?
I think that program is part of this implementation grant, the 4.5 billion thing, but that's for the whole, country.
Right.
And that's very important because what they're talking about there is CO2 sequestration. The plants take the CO2 out of the air, and as many plants and besides that, they're beautiful. As much sequestration as we can do is going to help us in our fight against climate warming. The Lehigh Valley Planning Commission has done a lot of things to try to implement ideas to reduce the use of gasoline. Big problem in the Lehigh Valley is all the trucks and cars we have, burning gasoline and diesel fuel and spewing out, the exhaust into the air. But I think they're a little, they know that they can't go and say, well, we're gonna cut out gasoline. That isn't gonna work. So they're trying to do these other things. Like, have you heard of the active transportation plan? Mm-hmm. That's a pretty nice bunch of words, because what they really mean there is using your own physical strength to transport yourself, like bicycles, walking, that kind of stuff. Right. And they're trying to get people to not use their cars so that, they cut down. Now, before I run my time out here, okay, so the region-wide climate action plan is going to go on until June 2025. There's going to be a lot of meetings, something like 8 meetings. It's going to be very interesting because everybody in the Lehigh Valley, in the Lehigh County and Northampton County, all the municipalities and townships, I think there's 60-some of them.
68 of them or something, 67?
They're going to be in there worrying about, their particular things about the climate. I wanted to say that. I wanted to say that I talked before about Act 167, and I mentioned that, the Saucon Creek watershed, but guess what? There's another watershed that the Lower Saucon Township is going to be involved with, and that's I think it's called Fry's Creek in the next township over, the Wilson. But part of that watershed is also part of the Lehigh River. And that part of the watershed is the north side of the hill that the landfill's built on. So I know that you're going to be interested in what goes on, in that part of 167, because I don't know if you knew that or not, that it was a different watershed. Remember when it washed out the Riverside Drive a couple times? Well, obviously, there's a lot of stormwater problems there. And that is all supposed to be discussed and taken care of in this Act 167 thing. All right. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about is the electrical outages. I was in that outage too, the one that lasted for some hours.
I can't hear you, Alan.
Oh, I was, the electrical outage that lasted.
The outage,
Yeah.
the PPL outage?
Yeah, the
Okay.
electrical outage that lasted 50-some hours. That was in the wintertime.
Right.
Yeah. I have a heat pump. PP&L for a long time, and also the climate action people are all recommending that everybody get heat pumps. Because here in the Northeast, we use a lot of heating oil. And that heating oil can also be used for diesel fuel. It's much more important to use it for diesel fuel than it is to heat homes. So they either want people to go with the natural gas or the electricity. So out here, all we have was electricity. So yeah, my heat was out and I got cold. I think I'm gonna have to buy some sleeping bags because I had to dress in my outdoor clothes and get in my bed to fall asleep those nights. But PP&L, what they're gonna say is that, first of all, it was a storm-related thing. And sometimes the storms are so bad that they can't clean up the trees themselves fast enough. And I think that one there, that included a lot of people outside of Wassergass, I think. There might have been some damage to some transformers or something like that. So it took them a long time to fix that. They're doing the best job they can. But with all the dead ash trees that resulted from the emerald boring beetle, killed all the ash trees. Now we're suffering from all those ash trees falling down whenever there's a lot of wind. And that's gonna go on too for quite a while. I got 3 or 4 of them in the back of my house that are gonna go down one of these days. So the electrical problems are gonna get worse and worse as time goes on. There's gonna be a talk on Tuesday night called the Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Association. It's gonna be, you can look it up. They're gonna have a representative from the Pennsylvania, New Jersey interconnect on there, describing the problems that they're having.
I think you're over your 5 minutes.
Okay, so I would say listen to it. Electrical problems are gonna be big in the future. So.
Okay, well, thank you, Alan. Anyone else like to speak?
I'll be talking about all this stuff at the EAC.
Right.
You can read the minutes. Right, Mark?
Yep.
Yeah, we run over, don't we? And it just goes on, but it's all, again, back to the chair and the way you control these meetings or don't. And and Tom's not the only one. As I said, I find Victoria just absolutely runs the limit. So it's up to all of us to do it, but you have the power to do it correctly. And I was absolutely stunned when I saw the progress between Kathy and Tom when they have a good conversation. And that's what I'd like to see you foster. I know how it can be done, but only you can do it. And if you do it, it will make this a much better council. Because what I hear going back and forth, somebody says something about this, and then it's tit for tat. And if you pay attention and you watch the meeting films like I do at the end, you see exactly how it goes back and forth. And it gets people aggravated. And they're gonna get up and say something else, okay? Because there's only one person that truly listens, and she's sitting right there. and that's Kathy Gorman. The rest, they're doing something else. Who knows? Right there, another one. Yep, so there we go.
Too bad this isn't glass so you can see through it.
Until you give respect, you will not get it. It's really simple. I really don't have much more to say, except I thought you were going to talk about PPL power outages because there was an outage over across Bittersweet, which is down in my neck of the woods, in Lower Saucon, and the person was out for 3 days. So that just happened.
I included the whole township, but this one email that I got was specifically in Wassergas, so that's why, but I'm talking about the whole township.
Yep, but if I understood from him, it was in the winter the township was out. This was last week.
Right.
So it's not just, wintertime.
No, there's a lot of them.
Have that discussion, and good luck. I can tell you that person said she called PPNL and she got the automated artificial intelligence, and she gave her name and address, and they said, well, what's your problem? She says, I'm out of power. Why? And the answer was the weather. She said, I'm out of power. Why? The weather. That's all it said. So you may end up with the same thing. If you can bring something to bear on, hey, God bless you. I think that's great if you can do it.
Okay, nobody else is here for public comment unless you want to go. So with that, is there a motion?
Priscilla, there was one thing I totally forgot to mention during my report. It's really quick. I was just hopeful during budget season or the next couple months, Kathy could help hopefully with the new manager and talking to Public Works about their punch list of things. I know their Public Works building is in need of some expansion, and they don't have much space there, and they do a lot of work. So I'm just hopeful we can look at that. That's all.
We'll be adding that to the capital plan.
Yeah, I talked to Kathy about that too.
Oh, great, wonderful. Sorry, that's all.
That's good, that's fine.
I forgot. So.
Okay, is there a motion for adjournment?
I'll make that motion.
Huh?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so P and Victoria, and all in favor?
Aye.
And the time is 11:39. Thank you, everybody, for everything.